Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Potter Vibes, presenting to you today, what if Daphne Greengrass touched Harry's scar at age 8 and ancient Slytherin magic recognized him as her eternal lord? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The thing about growing up unwanted was that you learned to read rooms before you learned to read books. Harry Potter had been reading rooms since he was 4 years old. He knew the specific quality of silence that meant Uncle Vernon was in a bad mood before the man had even set down his briefcase. He knew which floorboards creaked and which didn't, which cupboard shelf held the biscuits Dudley hadn't found yet, and exactly how long he could keep the kitchen light on after midnight before someone noticed the thin strip of gold beneath the cupboard door. He was 8 years old and he knew more about surviving than most adults ever needed to learn. What he didn't know, what no one had bothered to tell him, was why strange things kept happening around him. The teacher's hair had turned blue last March. Not gradually, not with any warning. One moment Mrs. Parkins had been droning on about long division, and the next her carefully maintained brown bob had gone the color of a summer sky, and half the class had screamed while the other half laughed, and Harry had sat very still at the back of the room and thought, I did that. I don't know how. But I did that. He'd gotten 3 days of Dudley's cast-off meals stopped entirely for that one. Vernon had stood over him in the kitchen with a vein pulsing in his temple and explained, very quietly, that freakishness would not be tolerated in his house, and Harry had nodded and said yes, Uncle Vernon, and then gone back to his cupboard and stared at his hands for a long time, turning them over and over as though they belonged to someone else. The thing was, he wasn't frightened of what he could do. That probably should have worried him more than it did. He was, however, deeply tired of being punished for it. So when Petunia announced on a Wednesday morning in late July that Vernon's sister Marge had a birthday that weekend and they would all be going to her house for the celebration, Harry had felt a very specific and familiar calculation begin behind his eyes. He'd be left somewhere. He usually was. The question was where, and whether wherever it was would be better or worse than the alternative. It turned out to be Diagon Alley. Not intentionally. Petunia would have sooner left him tied to a post outside a petrol station than taken him somewhere magical. But one of Petunia's few remaining connections to her dead sister's world, a woman named Mrs. Fig, who smelled of cats and sometimes gave Harry biscuits when she thought no one was watching, had broken her ankle the previous week, and the usual arrangement had fallen through, and Petunia had stood in the kitchen with her lips pressed so thin they nearly disappeared and made a phone call Harry wasn't supposed to hear. There was a man named Mundungus Fletcher. Harry didn't know what Mundungus Fletcher owed Petunia Desley, but it was apparently enough that he agreed to take an 8-year-old boy he'd never met to a place called the Leaky Cauldron and leave him there for 6 hours with £2.50 and instructions not to touch anything. Mundungus had lasted approximately 40 minutes before he'd vanished, presumably to conduct whatever business kept him in the slightly singed and suspicious-smelling coat he'd worn. Harry had stood alone in the Leaky Cauldron's dim interior, surrounded by people in robes who spoke to each other about things he didn't have words for yet, and he had felt, for the first time in his memory, like he was standing at the edge of something enormous, looking in. He'd ordered a pumpkin juice because it was the cheapest thing on the board, and he'd sat at a corner table, and he had watched. An hour later he'd followed a group of people through the back wall and into Diagon Alley, and that was when his understanding of the world had cracked open like an egg and something else entirely had started to climb out. The street was impossible. It was narrow and cobbled and wound away in both directions like it had been designed by someone who considered straight lines a personal affront. The shops were crammed together like books on an overfull shelf, their signs creaking in a wind that seemed to blow independently of any actual weather. People moved through the crowd in robes of every color, deep burgundy, forest green, academic black, carrying parcels and cages and things that had no business existing. Somewhere to his left an owl hooted. Somewhere to his right, 2 small children were arguing about whose newt was larger. A woman walked past holding a cauldron under one arm and a broom under the other, moving with the particular efficiency of someone who had absolutely no time for wonder. Harry had £2.50, a mild case of awe, and absolutely nowhere to be for 5 hours. He started walking. The bookshop was called Flourish and Blots, and it was the third place he wandered into, after the apothecary, which smelled extraordinary, like the inside of something ancient and alive, and a shop that sold self-stirring cauldrons and whose proprietor had looked at him with curious eyes before Harry had backed out into the street again. The bookshop was warm and slightly dusty, and its shelves went up farther than made architectural sense, and Harry had found a low stool near the back and pulled down a book called Hogwarts, a history, and started reading. He'd gotten through 42 pages, which was how he knew it had been 42 pages, because he was the kind of boy who kept track of things, when the girl sat down on the floor 3 feet away from him. She didn't ask permission. She simply folded herself down with the careful precision of someone who had been taught how to sit properly and was currently choosing not to, and pulled a book from the lowest shelf, and opened it. She had pale blonde hair that fell perfectly straight to her shoulders and gray eyes that moved across the page with the focused intensity of someone who read not for pleasure but for information. Harry glanced at her. She didn't look up. He went back to his book. 5 minutes passed. "That's a visitor's edition," the girl said, without looking up from her own book. "The one you're reading. It leaves out 3 of the founding conflicts and gets the date of the Chamber of Secrets entirely wrong." Harry looked at her. "How do you know what I'm reading? You've been on page 43 for 6 minutes. She turned a page. "Either you read very slowly or you stopped reading and started thinking. Either way, I've been watching the page number." Harry considered that for a moment. "You've been watching me. I've been noting you," she said, with a precision that suggested the distinction mattered. "You're not from here. What gave it away?" She finally looked up. Her eyes were the gray of an overcast sky, and they moved over him with an assessment that felt less like judgment and more like cataloging. "Your clothes. And the way you walked in, you were trying not to look surprised and you almost managed it." "Almost," Harry said. "Almost." A ghost of something that might have been amusement passed across her face and was gone. She went back to her book. Daphne Greengrass. Harry Potter. The quality of silence in their corner of the bookshop changed. Daphne's eyes came back up from her page slowly, with the careful deliberateness of someone who wanted to see something but didn't want to seem like they wanted to see it. She looked at him for a long moment, at his untidy black hair, his 2 big clothes, the round glasses that were slightly bent at one temple. "The Harry Potter," she said. "I don't know if there's more than one," Harry said. "There are whole books about you." She said it like a fact, which it apparently was, delivered with neither reverence nor mockery. "Just information. The Hogwarts library has an entire section on the night you survived. My father has 3. Harry had genuinely no idea what to say to that. "I haven't read them," Daphne added, which seemed important to her. "I prefer primary sources." "I'm a primary source." "You're the primary source," she said. And then, with the straightforwardness of someone who had not yet learned to soften every social interaction into careful performance, "Does it hurt?" "Does what hurt?" "The scar." Harry's hand went up before he could stop it, the automatic, half-conscious gesture he'd made 10,000 times, touching the lightning bolt at the edge of his hairline. It didn't hurt, usually. Sometimes it did, for reasons he'd never been able to explain. Right now it was warm in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of the shop. "Not really," he said. Daphne set her book down on her knee. She was looking at the scar with that same cataloging expression, and then, with a directness that startled him completely, she reached out and pressed 2 fingers against it. "The world ended." Or, no. That wasn't right. The world didn't end. It split, like a walnut cracked open, and what was inside was not what either of them had been expecting. The heat came first. Not painful, not even close to painful, but vast, like standing next to a fire that stretched in every direction. Harry felt it move from where her fingers touched the scar down through his skull and into his chest and out along his arms, and every single hair on his body stood up at once. His glasses fogged. The books on the nearest shelf trembled and then settled. Daphne made a sound, not quite a gasp, more like someone who has just stepped off the edge of a stair they didn't know was there. Her hand didn't move. The magic, because that was what it was, Harry understood it instinctively even without the vocabulary, moved between them like a current finding the path of least resistance. It wasn't painful for either of them. It was recognizing. Later, Harry would spend years trying to explain what it felt like. The closest he'd get was this: imagine that you have been carrying a door your entire life. You don't know it's a door. You think it's just part of your spine. And then someone turns a key you didn't know existed, and suddenly there is a door, and on the other side of it is a room full of everything that was always yours, and the room has been waiting. The magic in Harry's scar was not Voldemort's magic. Not entirely. Not anymore. It was older than Voldemort. It predated Tom Riddle by 1,000 years, living in the lineage he'd claimed through blood and intent, woven into the ancient Slytherin family rites that bound magic to certain bloodlines like deep water currents beneath a river. Voldemort had used Slytherin's bloodline power to structure the curse he'd aimed at the Potters that Halloween night. He had used it as a weapon. But the curse had rebounded, and when it did, the ancient magic had done what ancient magic does when the vessel that holds it is shattered: it had transferred. Not to the nearest available container. To the appropriate one. To the person the magic itself recognized as the rightful inheritor of Slytherin's line. Harry Potter, who had a mother who died wielding love as a force of nature, and a father from a line so old it predated most of recorded wizarding history, and who had himself, in the moment of the killing curse's rebound, done something that no living person had done. He had survived ancient magic. He had taken it into himself. And the scar was the seal. None of this came to Harry in words. It came in the way that very deep things come, as understanding without language, as knowing without learning. He felt the oath settle into him the way a river settles into its banks after a flood. It had always been going to be here. The flood just had to happen first. Daphne pulled her hand back. They stared at each other. "What was that?" she said. It wasn't a question. It was the voice of someone performing a very urgent assessment. "I don't know," Harry said, which was only partially true. He knew the shape of it. He didn't have the words yet. Something changed. She was looking at her own hand, flexing her fingers slowly. "Something, I can feel you. Right now. Not hear you. Feel you, like a compass needle." Harry felt the same thing. A direction. Not a pull, exactly. More like an awareness, the way you could always feel the presence of your own heartbeat without consciously listening for it. She was about 15 degrees to his left. That was where she would always be, now, not geographically, but fundamentally. A fixed point. "I think," Harry said carefully, because he was 8 years old and the vocabulary for this hadn't arrived yet but the sense of it had, that something just decided we're connected. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. She was very still, in the way of someone who has encountered a truly unexpected variable and is working through its implications methodically before reacting. "Ancient magic," she said at last. "Yes. Binding magic." "I think so. From your scar." "Yes." She looked at him very directly. "Are you going to be strange about it?" Harry blinked. "What?" "Some boys," she said, with the specificity of someone who had been briefed extensively on the subject, "are strange about binding. They get possessive or they get frightened or they start making assumptions. I have a little sister and I am going to be a Greengrass which my entire life and I have precisely zero interest in a binding that makes me into someone's property." Harry stared at her. He thought about his cupboard. He thought about the careful inventory of small freedoms he maintained against the grinding pressure of the Dursleys' household. He thought about how the most fundamental thing he'd ever wanted was simply the right to be. "I don't want to own anyone," he said. "I've never even owned a pair of shoes that fit." Something in Daphne's expression shifted, not softening, exactly, but adjusting. Recalibrating. She picked her book back up. All right, she said. Then we should probably figure out what it does. Probably, Harry agreed. They sat in the bookshop for another 2 hours. Daphne, it turned out, had been left in Diagon Alley by her mother, who had gone to a meeting that ran long, which was apparently a common occurrence. Daphne had strong opinions about this and kept them almost entirely to herself, which Harry recognized as a practiced skill. She moved through the world with the quiet precision of someone who had learned very early that intelligence made you useful and usefulness kept you out of trouble, and Harry felt a strange kinship with her that had nothing to do with the magic and everything to do with the fundamental fact of being a child who had already figured out too much about how the world worked. She had, predictably, already read most of the relevant books. When she pulled a slim volume called The Old Oaths, Bloodline Magic and Binding Rites from a shelf and handed it to Harry without preamble, he understood she had probably known where it was before she sat down. They read it together, leaning against the same shelf, shoulders nearly touching. The chapter on Slytherin's ancestral oath magic was dense and dry and clearly written for an adult audience, but the core of it emerged clearly enough. The founders had each embedded specific magical rites into their lineages. For Slytherin, the deepest one was the Eternum Dominus, the Lord's recognition. A binding that activated when the heir of Slytherin's power encountered the person the magic itself designated as its keeper. Not a servant. Not a bound slave. A keeper, the one who would hold the oath, witness the Lord's power, and stand as the proof of its legitimacy. It says the keeper keeps the Lord honest, Daphne said, reading slightly faster than Harry. The old magic requires a witness. Someone who can see through any lie the Lord tells himself. That's the opposite of what most powerful people want, Harry said. Daphne looked sideways at him. Most powerful people don't know they're getting an oath keeper before they become powerful. The magic chose me before either of us had done anything. Does that bother you? She thought about it honestly, which Harry appreciated. Ask me in 10 years, she said. When Mundungus Fletcher reappeared, smelling of smoke and wearing an expression of someone who had either had a very good afternoon or was working very hard to look like it, he found Harry Potter sitting on the floor of Flourish and Blots, reading a book on ancient bloodline magic, wearing an expression that Mundungus, had he been the sort of person to pay attention to such things, might have described as someone who has just been handed the instruction manual to something they've been trying to build their whole life. Harry tucked the book under his arm. He intended to put it back. He put it back. But he'd already memorized the important parts. Daphne Greengrass was waiting by the shop entrance when he came out. She handed him a folded piece of paper without looking at him. Her mother had apparently arrived, a well-dressed woman with Daphne's same quality of contained efficiency, who glanced at Harry with eyes that missed nothing and asked no questions. "That's my owl address," Daphne said. "In case you want to continue the research." "I do," Harry said. "Obviously," she said, and followed her mother into the street without looking back. Harry opened the paper. The handwriting was perfect and slightly formal, the way handwriting gets when someone has practiced it with intent. Below the address she'd written a single line: "You should probably learn more about what you are before other people tell you." Harry folded the paper carefully and put it in his pocket. Mundungus was already 3 steps ahead, muttering something about traffic. Harry walked back through Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron, and the world was different than it had been when he'd walked in, not the world he could see, but the one underneath it. The one he'd been living inside without knowing the rules. He could feel Daphne Greengrass somewhere behind him, growing fainter as her mother's car drove away, but the direction of her never disappeared. It settled into the back of his awareness like a fixed star. He didn't know yet what the oath would demand. He didn't know yet what it would cost. He didn't know that somewhere in Albania, a non-entity that had once been the most feared wizard in the world had felt a tiny tremor in a magic it had thought long since buried, had felt something ancient and territorial wake up, and had gone very, very still in the way of something that hunts. Harry Potter was 8 years old. He had £2.23 left from his £2.50. His glasses were bent. His socks didn't match. He was going back to a house that didn't want him, to a cupboard that had his name on it, to an aunt and uncle who would rather he didn't exist. But something had changed. He pressed 2 fingers to his scar, the same 2 Daphne had used, and felt the warmth there, steady as a banked fire. He could work with this. The next morning, Harry woke before dawn, the hour when the Dursley house was entirely quiet and the whole world seemed to hold its breath. He dressed in the dark, Dudley's old jeans, 3 sizes too big, a t-shirt that was meant to be grey, trainers with a crack in the left sole, and he climbed the stairs from his cupboard and went to the kitchen table, and he began. He had memorized the chapter from the book. More importantly, he had memorized the way the magic had felt when Daphne touched the scar, not the sensation of it, but the structure. The way it had organized itself. He'd been doing strange things with magic his whole life without understanding the mechanism, but now he had a framework, and frameworks, Harry had discovered, were what separated people who fumbled through things from people who moved through them deliberately. He put his hand flat on the kitchen table. He thought about the warmth in the scar. He thought about Daphne's hand, and the current between them, and the way the magic had moved not from him to her but through both of them, using them as 2 terminals of the same circuit. He pushed. The salt shaker at the far end of the table slid 2 inches toward him. Harry exhaled. He'd been moving things accidentally his whole life. That was wild magic, uncontrolled, the kind that happened when emotion got big enough to override the gap between wanting and having. What he'd just done was different. It was small, 2 inches, a salt shaker, but it was chosen. Deliberate. He'd decided to move it and then he had. That was a completely different thing. He did it again. Then again. By the time the birds started outside and pale gray light began to seep through the kitchen window, the salt shaker had traveled the full length of the kitchen table and back 14 times, and Harry's head ached pleasantly, and he understood something fundamental about himself that he hadn't understood the day before. He was not a boy to whom magic happened. He was a boy who did magic. The distinction felt important in a way he couldn't yet fully articulate. He put the salt shaker back, went downstairs, and went to sleep. A week later, the first letter arrived. Hedwig, the owl, was not yet his, because he didn't yet know about Hedwig. The owl Daphne used was a dignified grey creature named Cobalt who arrived at the Dursley house at 6:30 in the morning and made its feelings about the kitchen window very clear by tapping on it with an authority that suggested it was accustomed to being let in immediately. Harry, who was used to being up early, let it in before anyone else woke up. He fed it a piece of toast. Cobalt accepted this with the air of someone doing a significant favor. The letter was 2 pages in Daphne's perfect, intent handwriting. She had clearly been researching since the moment she'd gotten home. The letter contained a summary of everything she'd found on the Eternum Dominus in her family's library, which was more extensive than the Flourish and Blots volume, a list of exercises for a witch or wizard who had recently had ancient magic activate in their bloodline, apparently adapted from an old Greengrass family practice text, a short bibliography, and, at the bottom, the single line, "Write back when you've read this. I want to know if the theory matches your practical experience." Harry read it twice. Then he found a piece of paper, the back of an old shopping list, and wrote back. His letter was shorter but equally precise. He told her about the salt shaker. He told her about the structure of the magic as he understood it from the inside. He told her it felt like learning to use a muscle he'd always had but never been able to flex deliberately. He asked 3 questions, about the theoretical limits of the oath magic, about whether the keeper role had any active components or was purely observational, and about the Slytherin family rite specifically, which the book had mentioned but not explained. He sent it with Cobalt, who seemed grudgingly impressed by the efficiency. Daphne's next letter arrived the following day and ran to 4 pages. That was how it started. The Dursleys, to their credit, developed an ability to simply not acknowledge the owl that came and went from their kitchen window every few days. Vernon had attempted, on the 2nd visit, to chase it off with a newspaper. Cobalt had looked at the newspaper with the precise expression of someone who has encountered a threat not worth dignifying and had tapped on the glass again. Vernon had retreated. After that, Harry left the window unlatched. Summer stretched on. Harry practiced. Every morning before the house woke, and every evening while the Dursleys watched television, he worked through the exercises Daphne had sent him, structured, methodical progressions that moved from simple object manipulation to temperature change to, eventually, light. The light was harder. Light was not an object, it was a state, and shaping a state required a different quality of intent than moving a thing. Harry spent 3 days trying to make the air in his cupboard brighter and producing nothing, and then on the 4th day he stopped trying and simply wanted it, the way you want warmth or food or silence, and the light came, a gentle luminescence that spread from his palm like something had unclenched. He wrote to Daphne about it. She wrote back with 4 possible theoretical explanations and asked which one felt right from the inside. He circled the 3rd one. She wrote, "I thought so." The 1st and 4th are the standard academic frameworks. The 3rd is from a Slytherin line practitioner's text from 1203. Most modern witches and wizards aren't taught it because it requires a native magical ability that the current educational system doesn't screen for. He wrote back, "Why not?" She wrote back, "Because the ministry prefers magic it can regulate. The native ability is unregisterable. You can't put a spell on it, you can't track it, you can't control who has it. Safer, from a bureaucratic standpoint, to pretend it doesn't exist." Harry held that letter for a long time before he wrote back, "That seems like exactly the kind of thing someone should probably know about." Her reply was 2 words, obviously, yes. And then, 2 lines below, "My mother wants to know if you've had formal magical education." I told her no. She wants to know who's been teaching you. I told her you've been teaching yourself. She was quiet for a moment and then said to invite you for lunch. Harry had stared at that last part for a while. He had written, "I'm not sure I can get away." She had written back, "I've already asked my mother to contact your guardian. She spoke with a woman named Mrs. Fig. It's arranged for the 2nd Saturday of August. My mother will send a car." Harry had folded that letter and held it against his chest for a moment, in the quiet dark of his cupboard, and felt something that had no name move through him. Someone had just made a plan on his behalf. Someone had just arranged something, for him, the way people arranged things for children they considered worth arranging things for. He wrote back, "All right." The Greengrass house was in Wiltshire, set back from a long drive behind gates that opened as the car approached. It was not as large as it probably appeared from outside, the grounds were substantial, but the house itself was restrained in the way that old money was restrained, communicating wealth through permanence and quality rather than size. There were roses along the front walk and a sundial in the garden that Harry suspected was not actually telling solar time. Daphne was waiting on the front steps. She looked at him with the same grey eyes and the same measuring expression, as though 3 weeks of letters had not passed and she was simply continuing an assessment she had begun in a bookshop. "Your magic's stronger," she said. "Nice to see you too," Harry said. The ghost amusement crossed her face again, more visible this time. "That's an observation, not a greeting." "I know. But you could do both." "I could," she agreed, and turned to go inside. "Come on." Her mother was Cypriana Greengrass, and she was the kind of woman who made a room feel slightly more organized simply by being in it. She was courteous and precise and she asked Harry questions that were not the questions adults usually ask children, not "What's your favorite subject and are you excited for school," but "What have you been reading and what have you found that surprised you and how do you understand the relationship between intent and magical outcome?" Harry answered honestly and completely, and he noticed that she noted his answers the same way Daphne did, not writing them down, but filing them in a mental archive that clearly had extensive cross-referencing capacity. Over lunch, which was the best food Harry had eaten since a dim memory of something Mrs. Fig had made when he was very small, Cypriana said, "You understand what the oath is, I assume." "Mostly," Harry said. "The mechanics of it. Less about the implications." "The implications," she said, "are primarily political. Ancient binding magic involving Slytherin's lineage doesn't go unnoticed in certain circles. There are people in this world who will want to use you, Mr. Potter. Most of them already think they have the right. The oath complicates that considerably. Because? Harry said. Daphne answered instead of her mother. Because ancient magic doesn't follow modern political structures. If the Eternum Dominus has activated in you, it supersedes most conventional authority claims. The ministry can issue warrants. School boards can set rules. Wizards with political power can make demands. She paused. Ancient bloodline magic doesn't care about any of that. It cares about the heir, Cypriana said. And the heir's keeper. She looked at Harry directly. My daughter is the keeper. That means, in the eyes of the old magic, what happens to her happens because of you. And what happens to you is her concern. She folded her hands on the table. I want to be very clear that I have personal feelings about my daughter being bound into an ancient rite without her consent. Harry met her eyes. So does she. Cypriana blinked. Looked at Daphne. We discussed it, Daphne said. He's not possessive about it. He's 8, her mother said. So am I, Daphne said. That's rather the point, isn't it? The magic didn't ask us. We're working with what it gave us. She looked at Harry. I think the relevant question is what we choose to do with it. Not the magic's choice. Ours. Harry thought about that. He thought about the salt shaker, and the light, and the exercises, and the letters, and the way the fixed star awareness of Daphne's direction had been sitting in the back of his mind for 3 weeks, not possessive, not demanding, just present, like a compass needle that was simply always pointing. I think, Harry said carefully, that the magic gave us something. But you're right that it's ours to decide what it means. I don't know yet what I'm going to become. I don't think anyone does, at 8. He paused. But whatever it is, I'd rather have someone who's going to tell me the truth about it than someone who just goes along with whatever I do. Cypriana studied him for a long, careful moment. Daphne, she said at last, without looking away from Harry, would you show Mr. Potter the library? I've been waiting for permission since he arrived, Daphne said, already standing. The library was, by a significant margin, the best room Harry had ever been in. It covered 2 floors of a converted wing and smelled of old paper and something that might have been cedar, and the shelves were so well organized that even without knowing the system Harry could see the logic of it. There was a section on bloodline magic that had half a dozen books the bookshop had lacked. There was a section on historical Slytherin line practices that had been annotated, presumably by multiple generations of Greengrass women, in 3 different colors of ink. They spent 4 hours in the library. Daphne had already flagged the relevant sections, a week of preparation, clearly, and Harry read while she explained context and they argued about interpretation, which was the most intellectual activity Harry had ever engaged in and felt, somewhat to his surprise, like play. At the end of it, Daphne handed him a bag. Books, she said. Mother approved the ones I packed. They're on loan. Harry looked at the bag. It had at least 6 books in it, all hardcover. You packed this before I arrived, he said. Obviously, Daphne said. Harry shouldered the bag. It was heavy in a way that felt completely unlike anything the Dursleys had ever given him. He stood in the Greengrass library in his 2 big clothes and his bent glasses and he held 6 books full of things that were his by right of magic and lineage and ancient rites that predated everyone who had ever tried to make him feel small. Thank you, he said. It came out quieter than he intended. Daphne looked at him with those gray eyes, and for a moment the measuring quality dropped and she was simply an 8-year-old girl who had just given someone something and was watching them receive it. You're going to be remarkable, she said. Not as a compliment. As an observation, delivered with the same tone she used for everything. As though it was simply the next fact. Harry held her gaze. So are you, he said. The car took him back to Little Whinging in the late afternoon. He went down to his cupboard with the bag of books and spread them out on his thin mattress and looked at them for a long time, arranged by size, the way you arrange something you want to see clearly. He opened the first one. Outside, the summer evening was settling into gold and the Dursleys' television was on and nothing in the world was different than it had been that morning. Except everything, really. Outside the cupboard, the world proceeded as it always had. Inside it, Harry Potter began to learn what he was. He didn't stop for 3 years. Chapter 2, the years between the first winter was the hardest, not because of the magic but because of the cold. Harry's cupboard had no heating vent. The Dursleys' house was well heated. Vernon believed in central heating the way he believed in a firm handshake and a decent lawnmower, as markers of civilized living, but the heat stopped at the cupboard door with the same indifference everything else did. Harry had one blanket that had been Dudley's, washed so many times it had lost any memory of its original color, and he'd learned to sleep curled tight with the books pressed against his chest not just for reading but for warmth. He solved this in October. The exercise had been in the third Greengrass book, a thin volume on practical magical application that read like it had been written for someone who already understood the theory and just needed the mechanics. The chapter was on thermoregulation, generating and maintaining a stable temperature field around the body. It was considered an intermediate-level skill in the book's framework, which was designed for adult practitioners. Harry was 8 years and 4 months old. He practiced for 11 days, mostly between 2 and 4 in the morning when the house was completely silent, before it clicked. The warmth came from somewhere below the sternum, low and steady, not a burning but a sustaining. He learned to dial it up and down like a tap, which took another 3 days. By November he was sleeping comfortably in the cupboard for the first time in his memory, and by December he had refined the technique enough that he could hold it while unconscious, waking warm in the mornings while frost pressed against the tiny window above the stairs. He wrote to Daphne about it. She wrote back that the book's author had considered it an intermediate skill because it required sustained intent rather than a single act of will, and that sustaining magical intent through sleep was a thing most adult wizards couldn't reliably do, and that perhaps he should not mention this to anyone until they'd thought more carefully about the politics of it. Harry wrote, "I wasn't planning to announce it. I was planning to not freeze." She wrote, "Fair. Still. Start being selective about what you demonstrate." He wrote, "I thought the whole point was not to hide things." She wrote, "There's a difference between hiding and being strategic. You're going to need to understand that difference before you get to Hogwarts." That was October of 1988. He didn't fully understand what she meant until March of 1989, when a man named Daedalus Diggle spotted him in a supermarket and caused a scene. Harry had been buying potatoes for Petunia, a task assigned with the specific purpose of getting him out of the house during one of Dudley's birthday parties. He'd been reading the label on a soup tin, a habit he'd developed, reading anything available, when a small man in a violet top hat had come around the corner of the aisle and stopped dead and said, very loudly, "It's Harry Potter," in the voice of someone who had just encountered a religious experience in the tinned goods section. Half the aisle had looked up. Harry had gone very still. He'd put the soup tin down carefully. He'd looked at the small man with the top hat and said, quietly, "I think you have me confused with someone else," and walked to the far end of the aisle to collect his potatoes, and he had spent the entire walk home thinking about what Daphne had meant by strategic. He wrote to her that evening. He explained what had happened. He said, "I understand now. It's not about hiding. It's about choosing when to be visible." Her reply came the next morning and it was the shortest she'd ever sent, just 2 lines, exactly. "You're going to have a public identity before you have a real one. Make sure you know the difference between the two before other people decide for you." The books I sent last month, read the chapter on Slytherin's political philosophy. The actual founding-era texts, not the modern summaries. He wasn't simply ambitious. He was strategic about survival in a world that didn't understand what he was. Harry read the chapter. Then he read it again. Then he wrote a 3-page letter about it that took him most of an evening. Daphne's response ran to 7 pages, and at the bottom she'd written, "My mother says you think like a Greengrass." I'm not sure if she meant that as a compliment but I'm taking it as one. Harry read that line 4 times and then laughed, quietly, in his cupboard, in the dark. The second year brought the wandless magic into genuine sophistication. He'd started with objects and light, the simplest manipulations of physical state. By the time spring arrived in 1989 he had moved through the exercises in 2 of the 6 Greengrass books and started on a third, a significantly more advanced text on what the author called native magical architecture, the internal structure of a witch or wizard's core, and how it could be shaped, strengthened, and deliberately expanded. Most of the theory was written for advanced adult students. Harry read it carefully and practiced slowly and discovered that understanding the theory precisely was more valuable than rushing the practice. He could light a room. He could move objects with the precision of a hand. He could generate heat, regulate temperature, and, by June, begin to work on the more complex manipulation of matter that the book classified as structural magic. Not transfiguration in the formal sense, something older and less categorized, the kind of magic that underpinned transfiguration the way arithmetic underpinned calculus. The Dursleys noticed none of this. They had developed, over the years, a remarkable talent for strategic ignorance when it came to Harry. As long as nothing exploded or turned an unexpected color, they seemed to operate on the principle that if they didn't acknowledge the strangeness they didn't have to deal with it. Vernon had not mentioned the Diagon Alley visit since it happened. Petunia occasionally looked at Harry with an expression that sat somewhere between guilt and terror, quickly suppressed. Harry, for his part, had largely stopped caring what they thought. This was new. For most of his life he'd existed in a state of low-grade anxiety about the Dursleys' moods, the fine-tuned alertness of someone who has learned that other people's emotional weather directly determines their own material conditions. But somewhere between October and December of that first winter, between the warmth he'd generated himself and the letters arriving every few days and the books spread open on his mattress, that anxiety had quietly transformed into something else. Not anger. He'd thought it might become anger, there was certainly material for it, but it didn't. It became, instead, a kind of clarity. The Dursleys were limited people doing a poor job with something they hadn't wanted and didn't understand. That was true, and it was not his fault, and it was not going to be his permanent condition. He had 3 years before Hogwarts. He intended to use all of them. He was 9 in July. Petunia made him a cake without candles. He ate it in the kitchen after the Dursleys had gone to bed and read until 2 in the morning and then practiced the structural magic exercises until his head ached and then went to sleep feeling, honestly, quite good. The owl from Daphne arrived the next morning with a sealed card that contained exactly 1 sentence in her neat handwriting: "Happy birthday. The books from last month's parcel are yours to keep." Harry looked at that sentence for a long time. Then he wrote back, "That's the best birthday present I've ever received." Which isn't as sad as it sounds. The bar was very low. She wrote back, "I know. I asked Mrs. Figg." He didn't know what to do with that, so he filed it away in the internal archive he was developing for things that were true and important and that he needed to think about properly before he responded. 2 days later he sent, "Thank you." She sent back, "Obviously." The summer of 1989 brought the first visit to the Greengrass house that Harry had actually planned in advance. Cypriana had established a pattern: once per school term holiday, Harry would visit for a day, ostensibly arranged through Mrs. Figg, who had apparently been read into the situation to an extent that Harry hadn't been fully informed of. He didn't push on Mrs. Figg's role. He suspected it was complicated. The summer visit was the third, and the difference between this one and the first was enough that Daphne had commented on it before he'd even gotten through the door. "You're holding yourself differently," she said. "Good differently or strange differently?" Harry asked. "Less like someone who expects to be told to use the back in trance," she said, which was specific enough that it landed. Harry thought about it. "I started thinking of the magic as mine," he said. "Not something that happens to me. Something I do. I think that changed some other things too." Daphne nodded. She had grown an inch. Her hair was in a braid today. She had a book under her arm that she clearly intended to argue with him about and was waiting for a tactically sound moment to introduce it. Harry had spent enough time learning her tells that he could read the timing, probably after lunch, when they were settled in the library, when the argument would have room to develop properly. He was right. It was after lunch. The book was on Slytherin family oath structures, and it had a chapter that contradicted something Harry had written in his last letter, and Daphne had been sitting on the disagreement for 3 weeks waiting to address it in person. The book says the oath's recognition is permanent and non-transferable, she said, opening to the chapter with the efficiency of someone who had the page number memorized. But you wrote that the magic felt responsive, like it was still calibrating. Those two things can't both be true. They can, Harry said. The binding is permanent. The relationship between us, what it develops into, that's still being shaped. The foundation is fixed. The house built on it isn't finished yet. Daphne looked at him. That's a reasonable interpretation. Thank you, Harry said. It's not in any of the texts. No, Harry said. I worked it out from the inside. She was quiet for a moment, her grey eyes doing that precise cataloging thing. The native magical architecture books, she said. The experiential knowledge chapter. And the Slytherin practitioner's text from 1203. The bit about the difference between right and relationship. Daphne looked at the passage in front of her for a moment. Then she closed the book. You're cross-referencing theoretical frameworks with direct experiential data, she said. I'm working with what I have, Harry said. That's advanced epistemology, she said. For a 9-year-old. I'm nearly 10, Harry said. Still, she said. And then, because she was Daphne Greengrass and she did things when she decided to do them rather than when they were socially expected, you're going to be ahead of most of our year group when we start at Hogwarts. By a considerable margin. Is that a problem? Harry said. For them, possibly. For us, no. She pulled a different book from the shelf. That's why I wanted to start on this one today. Practical dueling theory. Specifically the Slytherin line combat applications. Harry looked at the book. It was heavier than the others, its spine worn, its pages dense with diagrams. We don't have wands, he said. We don't need wands for the theory, Daphne said. And the wandless applications in Chapter 4 are foundational. Most modern dueling relies entirely on the wand as a focus. Pre-wand standardization combat magic treated the wand as optional. Harry took the book from her and opened it. They spent the afternoon in the library garden, a walled space off the east wing, private and practical, working through the movement theory. It wasn't casting. It was understanding the geometry of magical exchange, the angles and distances and timing patterns that governed what happened when two sources of magical energy came into direct opposition. Daphne had notes. Harry had questions. They covered 12 pages of theory in 3 hours and argued about half of it, productively, and by late afternoon Harry had a framework for understanding magical combat that most Hogwarts students wouldn't encounter until their 5th year. He walked back to the car with a new parcel of books and a diagram of dueling geometry that Daphne had drawn from memory and annotated in 3 colors. On the drive back, he thought about the gap between what he was learning and what his year group would have learned by the time they arrived at Hogwarts. Most magical children came from wizarding families who taught them the basics, simple household charms, the first principles of magical theory, perhaps a cantrip or two. They arrived at school already familiar with the world, comfortable in robes, at home on platform 9 3/4. Harry was arriving with 3 years of intensive, self-directed study in ancient bloodline magic, native magical architecture, Slytherin line combat theory, the practical applications of wandless manipulation, and a working knowledge of wizarding political history that would have impressed most adult witches and wizards. He was not going to pretend otherwise. He'd thought about this. He'd thought about it the way Daphne had meant when she'd said strategic, not hiding, but choosing. He would not walk into Hogwarts performing ignorance. He would not make himself smaller to make other people comfortable. He was Harry Potter and the magic in his scar was ancient and alive and the oath he carried was older than the school itself. He would be, simply, what he was. The question was just which house he'd be it in. He thought about that too, on the drive home, watching the hedgerows blur past the car window. He'd read extensively about the four houses. He knew their histories, their cultures, their typical occupants, the patterns of who ended up where and what it generally meant for their futures. Gryffindor was the obvious answer. The world expected it, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the house of the brave. He'd read enough to know that expectation would be there the moment he set foot on the train, that every Weasley in half the wizarding world would assume Gryffindor as a foregone conclusion. He thought about what Daphne had said, make sure you know the difference between your public identity and your real one before other people decide for you. He thought about the ancient magic in the scar, and the Slytherin lineage it carried, and the practitioner's text from 1203, and the combat theory, and the bloodline rights that predated Hogwarts entirely. He thought about what Slytherin had actually meant at the founding, not cruelty, not blood purity as the modern understanding had corrupted it, but the specific genius of survival, of moving through a hostile world without being consumed by it. Of being strategic. He knew what he was thinking. He'd been thinking it, in one form or another, for most of a year. He just needed to decide if he was going to act on it. The third year, 1990, was when everything accelerated. In January, Daphne sent a letter that began with 3 words, he knows something. The he was Albus Dumbledore. She had encountered him at a ministry function her father had brought her to. Cyrus Greengrass was a mid-level ministry official who moved in the right circles without drawing excessive attention, a position the Greengrass family had maintained for several generations. Dumbledore had been there, and he had said nothing notable, and he had looked at Daphne with the particular quality of attention that very perceptive old people turned on things that surprised them. He knew who I was, she wrote. Not just as a Greengrass. He knew about me specifically. I could see it. He covered it immediately, he's very good at covering, but there was a moment. Harry wrote back, what do you think he knows? She wrote, I think he's monitoring the Slytherin oath signatures. He'd be a fool not to. The question is how much he's figured out and what he intends to do with it. Harry wrote, he's been watching me for years. Mrs. Fig isn't just a neighbor. A pause of 2 days, Cobalt making the round trip, and then, obviously. The question is whether he thinks he's protecting you or managing you. Harry thought about that for a long time. He thought about the way Petunia had agreed to the Greengrass visits without much resistance, and the way Mrs. Fig seemed to know more than she let on, and the occasional sense he'd had, when particularly attuned, of a magic woven around the neighborhood that was too subtle and too old to be municipal spellwork. He was being watched. He'd known it in a vague way. Now he understood it more precisely. He wrote to Daphne, I think we should assume he knows more than we do about our situation from a historical standpoint. And we should assume his goals and ours aren't identical. She wrote back immediately, which meant she'd been waiting, agreed. What do we do about it? He wrote, nothing yet. We keep learning. We don't signal that we've noticed. And when we get to Hogwarts, we don't let him shape the narrative. 3 days later, longer than usual, my mother showed your last 2 letters to my father. He wants to meet you at the summer visit. Harry wrote, I'll wear better clothes. She wrote, he won't care about the clothes. He wrote, I know. But I will. Cyrus Greengrass was a careful man with clever eyes and the quality of absolute attention that Harry associated with people who made important decisions professionally. He asked Harry questions at the summer lunch with the precision of someone constructing a case rather than making conversation, not hostile, not particularly warm, simply thorough. At the end of lunch, he said, you're going to attract extraordinary attention at Hogwarts. You know this. Yes, Harry said. The attention will come with expectations. Demands on your loyalties. Political pressure, more or less overt depending on the party. You're aware of this. Yes, Harry said. What do you intend to do about it? Harry met his eyes. Exactly what I want to, he said. And nothing else. Cyrus Greengrass was quiet for a moment. Something in his face adjusted, not quite approval, more like a measurement that had returned an interesting value. "Daphne," he said, without looking at his daughter, "your judgment appears to be sound." "I know," Daphne said. That was August of 1990. In September, a letter arrived that was not from Daphne. It was addressed to Harry Potter, written in emerald green ink, and it told him things about himself that he already knew. Not the Hogwarts letter, that was still a year away. This was from a man named Quirinus Quirrell, who introduced himself as the current defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, who claimed to be writing to several high potential students with preliminary reading recommendations ahead of their first year. Harry read it twice. Then he read it a third time, paying close attention to the specific framing, the word choices, the questions embedded in the apparently casual offer. Then he folded it and sat with it for an afternoon. He wrote to Daphne. She wrote back within a day, "Don't respond yet. I'm checking something." 4 days later, Quirrell took the defense against the dark arts post this year. Before that he was traveling, Eastern Europe, primarily. The Dada post has been vacant since the previous occupant left under unclear circumstances. It changes hands every year, apparently, going back at least a decade. My father says the ministry has flagged it twice but Dumbledore keeps hiring. Harry wrote, "Why would a professor write to incoming first years he's never met?" She wrote, "He wouldn't. Unless he was looking for something." Harry wrote, "Or someone." A day, and then, "Don't answer the letter." He didn't answer the letter. He filed it between the pages of the dueling theory book, at the chapter on identifying threat vectors. The summer of 1991 arrived with heat and a certain electric quality to the air, the way summer sometimes felt on the edge of something changing. Harry was 11. He had grown 3 inches in a year and his hair was still a disaster, but he'd replaced his glasses with a pair that actually fit, acquired on a shopping trip he'd negotiated out of Vernon by the simple expedient of pointing out, very calmly, that he couldn't see the blackboard and that a boy who couldn't see the blackboard would not pass his exams and a boy who didn't pass his exams might end up on Vernon's hands indefinitely, which had motivated the purchase with remarkable efficiency. The Hogwarts letter arrived on July 31st and it was, genuinely, not a surprise. What surprised him was the second letter that arrived the same morning, from a different owl, in handwriting he didn't know. It was from Albus Dumbledore. It was a personal letter, not a form. It was warm and careful and it contained, beneath the warmth and care, a specific sequence of assumptions, that Harry would need guidance in the wizarding world, that Dumbledore could provide that guidance, that Harry's unusual background, his Muggle upbringing, the loss of his parents, made him someone who would benefit from an experienced mentor's hand. It was, Harry understood, an offer of a particular kind of relationship. One in which Dumbledore shaped the terms. He wrote to Daphne, he wrote to me. Today. Same day as the Hogwarts letter. She wrote back the next morning and he could feel, even through the formality of her handwriting, the sharpness of her thinking. He knows the letter arrived. He's watching the wards closely enough to know the moment your magical identity was officially registered. He wants to get to you before you get to Hogwarts. Before you can have other conversations. Write back. Be warm. Be grateful. Give him nothing. Harry thought about that. He wrote to Daphne, "You want me to play a role?" She wrote, "I want you to choose a strategy." That's different. You can be genuinely respectful of him, he has earned certain respects, without giving him the thing he's actually after. What is he actually after? Harry wrote. Control of the narrative, she wrote. He built a very careful story about Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He needs that story to go a specific way. You're the main character and he wants to direct the production. Harry sat with that for a full day. Then he wrote to Dumbledore, warm, carefully crafted, genuinely respectful in the places it was genuine, and wholly noncommittal about everything that mattered. He wrote to Daphne, done. He'll think I'm an impressionable, grateful child. She wrote, good. Keep thinking about the sorting. He'd already been thinking about the sorting. He'd been thinking about it, in one form or another, since the afternoon on the Greengrass drive home 2 years ago. He knew his answer. He'd known it for a while. He just hadn't said it aloud yet. He went to Diagon Alley with the Weasleys, a meeting arranged through some ministry connection of Arthur Weasley's, brokered apparently by Molly Weasley, who had found out about Harry's situation and reacted with the immediate maternal hospitality of someone who collected strays, and it was interesting, and the Weasley twins were genuinely funny, and Ron had a quality of uncomplicated warmth that Harry found unexpectedly appealing. But he spent a significant portion of the trip being stared at, whispered about, and occasionally approached by adults who wanted to shake his hand or express profound gratitude for something he'd done as a 15-month-old, and he received all of it with a courtesy that Daphne would have recognized as the performance it was. In Madame Malkin's, a blonde boy made pointed comments about Quidditch and blood status and the inferiority of associating with certain families, in the bored tone of someone practicing a speech they'd been taught rather than one they'd personally developed. Harry looked at him with the same steady attention he turned on most things and said, pleasantly, "I don't think I caught your name," and when the boy said, "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy," Harry said, "Interesting," with exactly the inflection that made it mean the opposite, and went back to his fitting. Draco Malfoy had looked at him with an expression that Harry recognized. It was the expression of someone who had expected a different reaction and didn't know what to do with the one they'd gotten. Good. Let him figure it out. He met Daphne in Flourish and Blots, predictably, the same shop where all of this had started, and the first thing she did was look at him the way she had on the Greengrass steps, a full-body assessment, cataloging differences. "You're taller," she said. 3 years, Harry said. Things happen. The amusement flickered across her face, more visible than it used to be, or maybe he was just better at reading it now. She was taller too, her blonde hair loose today, and she moved through the bookshop with the absolute certainty of someone who was exactly where they intended to be. They found a corner, because that was simply where they ended up, and they talked for 2 hours without any of the self-consciousness that attended most 11-year-old interactions, because they had been talking for 3 years and the comfort of it was deeply established. "Sorting," she said, at one point. A single word, offered the way she offered things she'd been waiting to address. "Slytherin," Harry said. She looked at him. Something in her gray eyes settled. "I know," she said. "You knew before I did," Harry said. "I knew when you wrote about the founding texts in March last year," she said. "And when you cross-referenced the Bloodline rights with Slytherin's actual philosophy rather than the modern caricature of it. You were building an argument even then." She paused. "And the oath magic." She touched her own sternum briefly, the gesture she made when she was referencing the fixed star awareness of the bond. "It points there. The magic wants you in Slytherin. Not because of what the house is now. Because of what it was. What it could be again," Harry said. Daphne studied him for a moment. "That's ambitious." "Yes," Harry said simply. She picked up a book from the nearest shelf, looked at the spine, put it back. "The current Slytherin culture is going to push back," she said. "The Malfoys essentially run it through social pressure. There are families who've had children in that house for 5 generations and they do not appreciate disruption." "Good," Harry said. Daphne looked at him. "I'm not going there to fit in," Harry said. "I'm going there because the ancient magic that started all of this runs through Slytherin's line and the house has been twisted into something Salazar Slytherin would have considered an insult to his founding intent, and someone should probably fix that." The silence stretched for about 4 seconds. "You're 11, Daphne said. You said that before." "When I was 9. It keeps being relevant," she said. But the amusement was entirely visible now, uncloaked, and she was looking at him with an expression that wasn't cataloging anymore. It was something warmer. Something more committed. "I've been practicing the dueling theory," Harry said. "The chapter on controlling space in combat situations. I want to test the wandless application before we get wands." "I know," Daphne said. "I brought the diagram." She had. Of course she had. She produced it from her bag, the same diagram she'd first drawn in the library garden 2 years ago, now covered in 3 additional layers of annotation. They worked through it in the corner of flourish and blots for another hour, speaking quietly, 2 11-year-olds planning the geometry of magical conflict with the focused intensity of people who understood that what was coming was not a game. When they parted, her family on one side of Diagon Alley, Harry back toward the leaky cauldron, she said, very precisely, "Slytherin is going to be interesting." Understatement, Harry said. "That was intentional," she said. He grinned at her. She raised one eyebrow, which was as close as she generally got to grinning back. He walked back through Diagon Alley with his school supplies in a bag and 3 years of preparation behind him and the fixed star awareness of Daphne 15 degrees to his left, already moving toward the exit on the far side of the alley, already a compass point. He bought his wand from Ollivander's the following day. Alone, because that was how he'd arranged it, because he wanted to meet the wand without an audience. Ollivander was silver-haired and his eyes were that particular shade of pale that made Harry think of moonlight, and he had the quality of someone for whom time moved at a slightly different rate than it did for everyone else. He looked at Harry for a long moment before saying anything. "I wondered," Ollivander said, "when you'd come in." "Have you been expecting me?" Harry asked. "Since 1981, Ollivander said pleasantly. "The wand that did something that night, I made it. I make everything notable in this shop. Come." The wand selection took 23 minutes. Ollivander was thorough and exact, and Harry could feel the difference between the wands that weren't right, a sort of blankness, a refusal to connect, and the moment the 11.5-inch holly wand came into his hand. It wasn't an explosion or a shower of sparks. It was more like a key turning. The same feeling as the day in the bookshop, the scar and Daphne's hand and the ancient magic opening like a door, but smaller, and more practical. Less the revelation of something fundamental and more the acquisition of a tool he'd been waiting for. The warmth traveled from his hand up his arm and the books on the nearest shelf trembled. "Curious," Ollivander said. "What's curious?" Harry said. "That wand's brother," Ollivander said, "gave you that scar." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. He could feel the connection it had to the magic in the scar, not opposition, exactly. More like recognition. Two things made from the same source, oriented differently. "I know," Harry said. Ollivander blinked. Then, carefully, he smiled. "Of course you do," he said. Harry paid for the wand and walked back into Diagon Alley. September 1st was 12 days away. He had 3 years of preparation behind him. He had ancient magic in his blood and a fixed star in his awareness and the best dueling theory available to a non-enrolled student and a wand that recognized him the way family recognized family. He had work to do. He was ready. Chapter 3, the sorting. The Hogwarts Express left at 11 and Harry was on the platform at 10:15, which was how he did things. He'd said goodbye to the Dursleys the way you close a door on a room you're not sure you're coming back to, not unkindly, but without ceremony. Vernon had shaken his hand once, briefly, with the awkward sincerity of someone who wasn't entirely sure it was the right gesture but felt that some gesture was probably required. Petunia had looked at him for a long moment in the hallway with that particular expression, the one that sat between guilt and something older, something that might have been, under different circumstances, a kind of love, and then she'd said, very quietly, "Be careful," and Harry had said, "I will," and meant it, and that had been that. Platform 9 3/4 was everything the books had described and several things they hadn't. The noise was the first thing, not loud, exactly, but layered, the specific acoustic quality of a large enclosed space full of people all trying to do different things simultaneously. Owls complained. Trunks scraped. Families moved in clusters, some clearly veteran at this particular ceremony and some, like Harry, new to it, identifiable by the way they moved through the crowd with their heads slightly higher, taking it in. The Hogwarts Express itself was vivid scarlet and enormous and hissed steam with the comfortable authority of something very old that has been doing its job for a very long time. Harry found a compartment near the middle of the train, stowed his trunk with the efficiency of someone who had practiced it, and settled in with a book he'd already read twice, the dueling theory text, the chapter on first contact situations, which felt thematically appropriate. Ron Weasley found him 20 minutes in. He appeared in the compartment doorway with a slightly lost quality that Harry recognized, the specific look of someone who knows where they're going in the general sense but has temporarily misplaced the particular, and said, "Mind if I sit? Everywhere else is full." "Everywhere else isn't full," Harry said, without looking up from the book. "But you're welcome to sit." Ron dropped into the seat opposite. He was tall for 11, with red hair that seemed to have opinions about direction, and he had the comfortable physicality of someone who'd grown up in a house full of siblings, easy in his own space, accustomed to negotiating for room. He looked at Harry with the frank curiosity that Harry was already bracing for, and then his eyes dropped to the book, and his expression shifted from curiosity to something more surprised. "That's an advanced text," Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. "We haven't even started school yet." "I know." Ron was quiet for a moment, apparently processing this. "Then, you're Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry said. He turned a page. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." "A beat. My brothers say you're going to be in Gryffindor." "Your brothers are wrong," Harry said pleasantly. Ron stared at him. "You, what?" Harry looked up from the book. Ron's expression was so entirely unguarded, genuine, openly confused, not yet shaped into any particular social performance, that Harry found himself feeling something straightforwardly warm toward him. Ron Weasley was exactly what he appeared to be. That was, Harry was discovering, quite rare. "I'm going to be in Slytherin," Harry said. "That's," Ron started, and then stopped, and then tried again. "But you can't be, I'm Harry Potter, so I must be in Gryffindor," Harry said. Not unkindly. Just naming the assumption. "Well, yeah," Ron said, with the honesty of someone who didn't have much capacity for pretending he hadn't been thinking what he was thinking. "I've thought about it," Harry said. "I have reasons." Ron looked at him for a long moment. Something behind his eyes was visibly rearranging. "What kind of reasons?" "The kind that have to do with what Slytherin was versus what it became," Harry said. "An ancient magic. And the idea that the worst thing you can do to a house full of ambitious, intelligent children is leave it entirely in the hands of people who define ambition as blood purity." Ron was very quiet. "Tell your brothers," Harry said, and went back to his book. There was a long pause. Then Ron said, somewhat helplessly, "Do you want some of my sandwiches?" "Mum packed loads." Harry looked up. Ron was holding out a package of what appeared to be excellent sandwiches with the expression of someone who has decided that if he can't follow the conversation he can at least contribute to the food situation. "Yes, please," Harry said. "Thank you." Ron grinned. It was a very good grin, broad and uncomplicated and entirely genuine. "So what's the book about, then?" Harry explained it. He kept the explanation accessible and didn't condescend, and Ron, who turned out to have a very good instinctive grasp of spatial logic once the theory was framed in terms he could engage with, asked 3 questions that were genuinely incisive, and by the time the trolley came around they were deep in a conversation about the geometry of magical exchange that had started with dueling theory and migrated, somehow, into Quidditch strategy, which was apparently where Ron's natural genius lived. It was, Harry thought, a good start. Hermione Granger appeared an hour later. She came in looking for a lost toad, Neville Longbottom's, apparently, a creature named Trevor who had made his objections to rail travel known by the straightforward expedient of escaping, and she was clearly in the mode of someone who had taken on a task and was going to complete it with maximum thoroughness or explain precisely why she hadn't. She had bushy brown hair and an expression of intense focus, and she had, Harry noticed, already changed into her school robes, which meant she had either been very well prepared or had been so excited she couldn't wait. She looked at Harry, and her expression shifted in a way he recognized, the same recalibration Cyrus Greengrass had made at lunch, the same adjustment Ollivander had made, the same thing that happened when people who were paying attention encountered something that didn't match their template. "You're reading Calloway's Combat Theory," she said. "Not the Toad. The book." "Yes," Harry said. "That's a Newt-level text," she said. "I've heard that," Harry said. "It's our first day," she said. "I'm aware," Harry said. "Hermione Granger." She blinked. "How do you know my name?" "I read the Hogwarts register," Harry said. "The published version. You had 3 inches of supplementary notes on your application, according to the annotated academic record." He saw her expression and added, "Because it was true, I thought it was impressive." Hermione stood in the compartment doorway with Neville Longbottom hovering behind her, a round-faced boy with kind eyes and a quality of perpetual gentle anxiety, like someone who was always slightly worried he was in the way, and she looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has just encountered another person who reads things they're not required to read and doesn't quite know what to do with the discovery. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "Yes," said Ron, helpfully, "and he's going to be in Slytherin and it's on purpose." Hermione's eyes snapped to Harry. "Is that true?" "Yes," Harry said. "But, the Sorting Hat considers your qualities and attributes, you can't just," she stopped. Reconsidered. "Can you?" "The hat considers what it finds in your head," Harry said. "What it finds in mine will indicate Slytherin clearly enough." "But you're Harry Potter," she said, and then caught herself, and Harry saw the exact moment she heard how that sounded, and she said, "I mean, the historical association is Gryffindor, your parents, were brave people," Harry said. "Yes. I don't think bravery and Slytherin are mutually exclusive. I think someone decided they were, and kept deciding it, until it became true by default." He looked at her. "Sit down if you want to talk about it. You're blocking the doorway and Neville looks like he'd like to sit." Neville's expression, visible over Hermione's shoulder, was one of pure relief. He came in and sat down and said, "Thanks," with genuine feeling and then looked at the floor as though trying not to take up more space than strictly necessary. Harry looked at him directly. "Neville Longbottom. Your parents were Aurors." Neville looked up, startled. "Yes. Frank and Alice Longbottom. Considered among the finest combat wizards of their generation." Neville's expression did something complicated. "People don't usually, most people just say they're," he stopped. "I know what happened to them," Harry said. "And I know it wasn't their failure. It was what happened when someone with no conscience got hold of dark magic and people who were willing to die for what was right had to stand against it." He held Neville's eyes. "That's the line you come from." Neville Longbottom stared at Harry Potter for a full 5 seconds, and something in the quality of his presence shifted, very slightly, very quietly, like a spine that had been slightly curved deciding to straighten. "Thank you," Neville said. Very quietly. Like someone receiving something they'd been owed for a long time. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that suggested he was reassessing several things simultaneously. Hermione had sat down, her Toad mission apparently deferred, and was watching Harry with the focused attention she probably brought to very good books. They talked for the rest of the journey. Harry asked questions more than he answered them and he learned things. Ron's Quidditch obsession ran deep enough to be architectural. Hermione's reading was extensive but still primarily filtered through formal academic frameworks, which meant she was tremendously well informed within certain channels and surprisingly uninformed outside them. Neville knew plants the way Harry knew magic theory, with a depth and instinctive understanding that outpaced his formal knowledge. Harry noted all of it with the internal cataloging habit he'd developed and didn't file any of them into simple categories. He didn't tell them about the oath. He didn't tell them about the 3 years. He answered questions honestly when asked and deflected gracefully when the questions ran into territory he wasn't ready to share, and by the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station he'd established, with 3 people he'd met 4 hours ago, the foundations of something that felt less like school acquaintance and more like alliance. The boats across the lake were cold and the castle above was enormous against the sky, lit from within, its towers vanishing into low cloud, and Harry looked at it the way he looked at most large and important things, steadily, without romanticizing, taking inventory. Old stone. Multiple magical wards, visible to his specific sensitivity as a faint iridescent shimmer in the air at the boundaries. Ancient. Very ancient. The kind of building that had opinions about who it admitted. It looked like it was waiting. Daphne was in the group of first years ahead. He caught sight of her, straight blonde hair, gray eyes forward, a quality of contained stillness that stood out even in a crowd of nervous children. She looked at him once, sideways, as Professor McGonagall sorted them into a line. The look lasted about a second. It communicated, "Here we go, then." He looked back, yes. McGonagall was exactly what the books had suggested, formidable, precise, deeply invested in the forms of things even when the substance was chaos, with a quality of compressed warmth that lived below her professional surface. She looked at Harry the way Dumbledore had looked at him in the letter, seeing more than a student, and then smoothed her expression and explained the sorting and led them in. The great hall was large. The word felt inadequate. The ceiling was the sky, somehow, a moving sky, stars and cloud and the deep blue of a clear autumn night, and the candles floated in great constellations and the 4 tables stretched the length of the hall and 1,000 faces turned to look at the column of new first years with the universally human combination of curiosity and judgment. Harry walked in without looking at the watching students. He watched the room. He watched the head table, Dumbledore in the center, silver-bearded and perceptive, looking at the incoming first years with an expression that was generous and warm and, beneath both of those things, very carefully attentive. Quirrell at the end of the table, wearing a purple turban that made no architectural sense as a head covering and whose presence Harry's awareness tagged immediately, the way you tagged a discrepancy in an otherwise consistent system. The rest of the staff, professional, interested, watching their new charges the way teachers always watched new students, as a mix of obligation and genuine curiosity. The hat was on its stool. It was old and battered and when it opened its brim and began to sing, Harry listened to the whole thing because the song contained more actual information about the founding era than most of the history texts, if you knew how to read it. The sorting began. Harry watched who went where and noted it without forming premature conclusions, though the pattern was legible enough. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Daphne Greengrass. She walked to the stool with the measured pace of someone who had been thinking about this moment for 3 years. She sat. The hat dropped over her eyes. 4 seconds. Slytherin. She walked to the Slytherin table with her chin up and sat down with the precision of someone parking themselves exactly where they intended to be, and she looked at nothing in particular and everything in general with those gray eyes, and Harry felt the fixed star awareness settle. She was over there now, at the Slytherin table, waiting. And he felt the ancient magic in the scar warm in a way he'd come to associate with things going according to a plan much older than either of them. More names. Hermione, Gryffindor, the hat barely touching her head, which surprised no one including Hermione. Neville, Gryffindor, the hat taking longer, and Neville walking to the table with a slightly dazed expression as though he hadn't been entirely sure what to expect. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin, instantaneously, before the hat had even settled, which said everything about how little conflict existed in that particular mind. Draco sat at the Slytherin table and immediately looked for Daphne Greengrass and said something to her that Harry couldn't hear. Whatever Daphne said back made Draco's expression go slightly careful in a way Harry recognized as someone adjusting their social approach mid-execution. Then, Harry Potter. The hall didn't quite go silent, it went very nearly silent, with a quality of mass-held breath that was almost worse, the specific acoustics of 400 people trying simultaneously to be quiet and failing at it. Harry walked to the stool. He was aware of the watching, an almost physical pressure from all 4 tables, all the staff, the portraits on the walls, the candles. He was aware of Dumbledore, at the head table, watching with the specific quality of attention that suggested this moment had weight for him beyond the usual sorting significance. He sat down. The hat fell over his eyes and the hall went dark, and then it was just him and the voice in his head. "Well," said the hat. It had a conversational quality he hadn't expected, not pompous, not declaratory, but actually conversational, like someone settling in for a genuine exchange. "This is interesting." Good interesting or complicated interesting? Harry thought. "Both, I think," the hat said. "You've been expecting this for a while." "About 2 years. You've made your decision." "Yes." The hat was quiet for a moment, not silent, more like the quality of something thinking rather than performing the action of thought. "You know, I see everything," it said. "The Gryffindor is there. Genuinely. Your father's line runs deep, and the courage you carry is not a posture." "I know," Harry thought. "And Ravenclaw," the hat continued. "The intelligence you've developed is unusual. The methodology. The cross-referencing. For 11 years old this is, yes. Thank you. And Hufflepuff. Don't dismiss it. The loyalty you carry for specific people is absolute. The Longbottom boy, what you said to him on the train, that came from a genuinely Hufflepuff place." Harry considered this. "I know. I'm not dismissing any of it." "Then," the hat said, "tell me why Slytherin." "Not the prepared argument. The real one." Harry thought about Daphne's hand and the ancient magic opening like a door. He thought about the bookshop and the library garden and 3 years of letters. He thought about the founding texts and what Slytherin had actually built before it got corrupted into something hollow. He thought about a house full of children who had been told, for decades, that their ambition and their intelligence and their self-interest made them suspects, that being sorted there meant something dark by default, and how that narrative, left unchallenged, became a self-fulfilling trap. Because it needs someone, Harry thought. Not to fix it. Not as a project. Because the magic that made me what I am runs through that house's foundation, and because the version of Slytherin that currently exists is an insult to its own founding principles, and because someone standing in it who refuses to accept what it's become is the only way those principles have a chance of being anything other than historical footnotes. And, the hat said, gently, because she's there. Harry didn't answer that directly. He didn't need to. The hat saw everything. Yes, the hat said, and Harry heard the decision in it, the finality of something ancient recognizing something true. Yes, I think that's right. Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted. Not in the ecstatic celebration it would have if Draco Malfoy had been in doubt, this was something louder, something more complex, a full house of students responding to a name that had weight, that the whole wizarding world had been waiting on. There was cheering. There was something that ran through the great hall like a current, a collective O of pure surprise that bent the energy of the room. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley's expression passed through 5 clearly distinct stages in about 3 seconds. At the head table, Dumbledore's expression moved and then very deliberately stilled. Harry took the hat off. He looked at it for a moment. The hat, as it had for every student, offered nothing further, its work was done, its judgment delivered. Harry set it back on the stool and walked to the Slytherin table. The students there were watching him with a complex mixture of reactions. Excitement from some, several second and third years who clearly felt that having Harry Potter in Slytherin was a social coup of the first order. Caution from others, the older students who knew enough to know this was not a simple development. And from Draco Malfoy, seated 3 places down and radiating the specific energy of someone whose carefully prepared social strategy has just had a large variable introduced without warning, a look of sharp appraisal that was not yet hostility but was clearly taking inventory. Harry sat down next to Daphne. She didn't look at him. She was facing forward, apparently watching the rest of the sorting with perfect equanimity. Slytherin, she said, very quietly. Slytherin, Harry said, equally quiet. How was the hat? Better conversationalist than I expected, Harry said. It made several good points. Did it try for Gryffindor? It tried for all four, Harry said. Apparently I'm versatile. The amusement crossed her face. What did you tell it? The truth, Harry said. It seemed like the right approach. The sorting continued. When it was finished and Dumbledore rose to begin the start-of-term remarks, Harry looked down the table and took inventory. Draco Malfoy. Two boys named Crabbe and Goyle who moved with the slow solidarity of people who had decided early in life that their best strategy was to attach themselves to someone who did the thinking. A girl named Pansy Parkinson who had already established a social orbit around Draco with the efficiency of someone who understood hierarchies and intended to occupy a good position in one. Several others who were watching the new first years with the interest of established residents assessing new arrivals. Then Harry's gaze moved to Draco, who was looking directly at him. Potter, Draco said, with the careful tone of someone beginning a negotiation they'd prepared for but needed to revise. We didn't get properly introduced in Diagon Alley. We didn't, Harry agreed. I imagine you'll be wanting allies, Draco said. Hogwarts is more complicated than people expect. Knowing the right people matters. It does, Harry said. Draco waited for the next part, the acceptance, the deference, the implied gratitude for the offer. Harry turned back to the head table and picked up his fork. Draco's expression did the same careful thing it had done in Madame Malkin's. I heard what you were offering, Harry said pleasantly, not looking away from his plate. I don't need guidance from someone who's been at this school for 2 hours less than I have. There was a brief silence in the immediate vicinity of their end of the table. I have connections, Draco said, with an edge coming into his voice. Your father is Lucius Malfoy, Harry said. He was Death Eater adjacent until it became politically inconvenient, at which point he invested substantially in claiming he'd been under the Imperius curse. He currently has significant influence in the ministry and uses it primarily to advance blood purity legislation through bureaucratic channels rather than overt conflict. He finally looked at Draco. I'm aware of your connections. I've read extensively. The silence spread outward. Several of the older Slytherin students were now looking at Harry with the expression of people who have just watched a chess move they didn't see coming. Draco's face had gone slightly pale. You don't know, I know quite a bit, actually, Harry said. And I'm not interested in an alliance based on you doing me the favor of allowing me to associate with your family name. If you want to be useful, Malfoy, be genuinely useful. That's a different kind of offer. He held Draco's eyes for a moment. Think about whether you're capable of it. He went back to his food. The dinner proceeded. Around him, the Slytherin table talked and ate and established the complex social dynamics of a new year beginning, and Harry moved through it like water finds its level, answering when spoken to, asking questions that were genuine and attentive, not performing warmth he didn't feel but not performing coldness either. By the time the pudding appeared he had a working map of the social terrain in his immediate vicinity and had said nothing he'd need to take back. Daphne, beside him, maintained her characteristic composure throughout and said nothing except occasionally, very quietly, to Harry alone, a dry observation delivered without inflection that was only funny if you were paying attention, which Harry was. Parkinson's watching you, she said, at one point. Parkinson's watching us, Harry corrected. She's trying to calculate where we fit, Daphne said. She can't place it. The dynamic doesn't match any model she has. We're not a model she has, Harry said. A pause. No, Daphne agreed. After dinner, Prefect Percy Weasley, Ron's oldest brother, apparently, a piece of intelligence that made Harry wonder briefly how Ron was processing the evening, led them to the Slytherin common room, which was in the dungeon and had the cold, green-lit quality of somewhere that had decided on an aesthetic and committed to it. The entrance was behind a stretch of bare stone that required a password. The room beyond was long and low-ceilinged, with windows that looked out into the lake and a greenish light filtering through the water that gave everything a submarine quality. Harry stood in the middle of the common room and looked around at it with the same steady inventory he'd turned on the Great Hall, and thought, this is mine to help shape, then. Not claimed. Not conquered. Just understood. A room that had been moving in one direction for a long time, pointed that way by specific choices and specific people and a specific cultural gravity, and that could be pointed somewhere else if someone stood in it and made different choices. A fifth year named Marcus Flint, who had the quality of someone who maintained his social position through physical presence and a willingness to be unpleasant, appeared at Harry's shoulder with the specific energy of territorial establishment. First years to the side, Flint said, with the bored authority of someone accustomed to being the largest thing in a room. Harry turned to look at him. He didn't move. That means you, Potter, Flint said, after a pause that had slightly too much of his authority draining out of it. I heard you, Harry said, in the same pleasant tone he'd used with Draco. Where were you suggesting? Flint blinked. The phrasing was technically cooperative but the execution was entirely not. The corner's fine, Harry said, and walked to it. Which was the corner that had the best view of the whole room, with its back to the wall. He sat down. Daphne sat beside him without being asked. She had a book she'd retrieved from somewhere. She opened it. Flint stood in the middle of the common room looking slightly like someone who had attempted a maneuver and found the terrain had moved. Harry watched the room. He watched who aligned with whom, who deferred to whom, where the actual power centers were versus the performed ones. He was 11 years old and he had been studying the architecture of social systems since he was 8, and this particular system was, for all its pretensions of complexity, remarkably legible. The actual student with the most social capital in the room was not Flint, who had size and aggression. It was a fifth-year girl named Gemma Fabian, who moved through the space with the ease of someone who had never had to make noise to command attention. She hadn't said anything to Harry yet. She was watching him with the specific quality of intelligence withholding judgment, and when he caught her eye, she nodded once, not deferentially, not dominantly. Acknowledging. He nodded back. That night, in the first-year boys' dormitory, which was cold and stone-walled and had the lake pressing dark against the narrow windows, Harry lay awake for a while after the others had gone to sleep and thought about the day. He was in Slytherin. The oath magic had settled into something that felt both exactly right and like the beginning of something he didn't yet have the full measure of. Dumbledore had spoken to him briefly after dinner, in the corridor outside the Great Hall, warmly, generously, carefully, and Harry had been warm and grateful and given away absolutely nothing, which had required more active management than he'd expected because Dumbledore was, in fact, extraordinarily perceptive, and keeping something specific from him felt less like hiding and more like standing in very strong wind. Daphne was across the corridor in the girls' dormitory. He could feel the fixed star of her direction, which in a building this size meant that wall, not 15 degrees to the left, but the quality was the same. Steady. Present. Still. He thought about what she'd said on the train platform, "Here we go, then." Yes, he thought. Here we go. The first week of classes established things quickly. Harry did not pretend not to know things. This was a decision he'd made before he arrived and he saw no reason to revise it. When McGonagall asked about transfiguration theory in the first class and the expected silence fell over the room, Harry answered, not performatively, not loudly, but correctly and with the precision of someone who had read the foundational texts. McGonagall looked at him with an expression that moved through surprise and into something that was trying very hard not to be impressed. In potions, Snape arrived with the specific quality of someone who had decided in advance on the impression he wanted to create and was executing it with considerable craft, the long robes, the dramatic silence, the voice calibrated to carry without raising. He was a skilled teacher underneath the performance, which Harry noted and gave appropriate credit for, and his particular focus on Harry was something Harry had expected. Potter, Snape said, during the famous Bezoran Aconite speech, after the Neville-related comments that made Harry's jaw tighten briefly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class held its breath. Harry had read the textbook. He'd also read the more advanced potions texts Daphne had sent in the second year, and the historical context of Draft of Living Death preparation, and a monograph on soporific magical compounds that Snape had apparently published himself 8 years ago. Draft of Living Death, Harry said. An extremely powerful sleeping potion. The technique matters as much as the ingredients. The asphodel needs to be powdered clockwise and the wormwood infusion temperature is critical. Your published monograph from 1983 noted that most student failures in producing it come from incorrect temperature management rather than ingredient quality. The silence in the potions classroom had a different quality than it had before. Snape looked at Harry with the specific expression of someone whose careful preparation for a social dynamic has encountered an unexpected countermove. It lasted about 2 seconds and then his face smoothed into its customary cool. 5 points to Slytherin, he said. For thoroughness. And then, smoothly, where does bezoar come from? Stomach of a goat, Harry said. It acts as an antidote for most common poisons, though it's less effective against compound magical toxins. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, the name depends on the preparation context. Snape's eyes moved over Harry with that specific intensity he reserved for interesting things. You've been studying. For 3 years, Harry said. A pause. That will not guarantee success in this class, Snape said, which was probably the most measured thing he could have said. I know, Harry said. Understanding the theory is different from executing the practice. I'm looking forward to finding where the gap is. Snape looked at him for 1 more second, then moved on. Harry caught Daphne's eye across the workbench. She was 3 places to his right, which was as close as the seating allowed, and she raised one eyebrow by approximately 2 millimeters. He turned back to his cauldron and didn't let the smile show. Draco Malfoy had not said anything further to Harry since the dinner. He'd spent the week in a state of visible calculation, watching Harry, adjusting, watching again, that Harry recognized as genuine strategic thinking rather than mere wounded pride. Draco was smarter than he often appeared, which was a function of his social context demanding performance over precision. He was doing something more interesting now, which was actually thinking. On Friday of the first week, Draco appeared beside Harry in the corridor outside the Great Hall and said, without preamble, "What did you mean about being genuinely useful?" Harry kept walking. Draco fell into step beside him. I meant what I said. I don't want someone useful for their family name. I want someone capable of thinking independently and contributing something real. I can do that, Draco said. There was still pride in his voice, but it had lost the performative quality of the dinner exchange. This was different, genuine, slightly uncertain in the way real honesty was always slightly uncertain. Can you? Harry said. What do you actually know that I don't? Draco was quiet for a moment. Harry let the silence run without filling it. The political landscape, Draco said finally. Not the ministry public face. The internal dynamics, who owes who, what the old families actually think versus what they say publicly, where the power is moving since, he stopped. Since Voldemort fell, Harry said. Draco flinched. Most people did, at the name. But he recovered faster than Harry expected and his eyes went sharp. Since then, yes. My father talks. I listen. I know more about the current state of the old families than most adults, because adults don't think children understand the context. But you do, Harry said. I do, Draco said. Harry walked 3 more paces. All right, he said. That's useful. What do you want in return? Draco blinked. He'd clearly expected either rejection or acceptance on Harry's terms, not a direct negotiation. What? Alliance implies exchange, Harry said. What do you want from this? Draco thought about it, actually thought about it, which confirmed Harry's revised read of him. I want to stop being managed, he said at last. My father has a plan for my time at Hogwarts. Every conversation, every alliance, every Quidditch position, it's all arranged. I want to make at least some of my own choices. He said it with the particular complicated tone of someone who loves a parent and resents a controller and isn't quite sure yet how to have both feelings simultaneously. Harry understood that specific complication from an entirely different angle. "Fine," Harry said. "You bring the intelligence. I'll do something more useful with it than your father would, and you get to be part of what comes from that instead of just following his script." Draco looked at him for a long moment. "Then, what are you actually planning, Potter?" "Long term," Harry said. "To make Slytherin mean something other than what it currently means, and to do it by the time we leave this school." Draco stared at him. "You're 11. Everyone keeps saying that," Harry said. "I'm aware." They parted at the staircase, and Harry felt, more than heard, the shift in the situation, one more variable oriented in a more useful direction. Not perfectly, not without complication, not without the background awareness that Draco Malfoy's primary loyalty was to his family first and everything else second. But pointed in a direction that had more potential than the alternative. He went to find Daphne, who was in the library because it was Friday evening and that was simply where she was on Friday evenings. She looked up from her book when he sat down. "Malfoy," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "What did you offer him?" Harry told her. She considered it. "The intelligence he has is worth the arrangement," she said. "His father's network is genuinely extensive. The risk is that Lucius Malfoy will figure out the arrangement and attempt to redirect it." "I know," Harry said. "Can Draco hold the line on that?" Harry thought about the corridor conversation. The real uncertainty in Draco's voice when he'd said "I want to stop being managed." "Not consistently," Harry said. "But enough times that it matters." Daphne nodded. She turned back to her book, then looked back up. "Quirrell," she said. "Right." He'd been waiting for her to raise it. "Noticed it too." "The turban is a ward," she said, very quietly, in the voice she used for things that should not carry past their immediate vicinity. "Old material magic. The kind that provides a barrier against direct magical sensing. Someone doesn't want to be detected. Someone doesn't want the detection to come from any particular direction," Harry said. "Specifically from behind." They looked at each other across the library table. "What's behind the turban?" Daphne said, not quite a question. "I don't know yet," Harry said. "But the Quirrell letter from last September, he was looking for me specifically. And now he's here." "He's always watching you in class," Daphne said. "Not with the same quality Snape watches you or McGonagall watches you. Different." "Hungrier," Harry said. "Yes," she said. "Exactly that." He opened his charms textbook. Outside the library windows, the evening sky over the castle grounds was deepening into dark, and somewhere in the layers of magic that suffused the ancient stone around them, something very old and very awake was paying attention to everything, the way places that have absorbed too much history always do. Harry made a note on his parchment. Beside it he wrote 3 words and then crossed them out and rewrote them more precisely. "Not yet. But soon." Chapter 4, The Stone and the Serpent. October arrived with cold and the particular smell of old stone getting colder, and Harry had been watching Quirrell for 6 weeks. It wasn't surveillance in any dramatic sense. It was the same quality of attention he brought to everything, present, consistent, building a picture from small pieces rather than waiting for the large one to announce itself. The way Quirrell's hands moved when he wasn't aware of being observed. The slight wrongness in his walk, a hesitation on the left side that wasn't there in his early September stride. The turban, always the turban, which Daphne had confirmed through careful research was absolutely a warding material, specifically a Tibetan barrier weave that disrupted magical sensing in a 15-degree arc from the posterior. Whoever was behind Quirrell didn't want to be felt from behind. That was interesting. What was also interesting was the way certain things seemed to pull Quirrell's attention, not the students, not the lesson material, but the specific conversations Harry had in corridors, the books he carried, the routes he walked between classes. Quirrell was watching Harry with the dedicated focus of someone who had been told to watch him and had personal reasons for doing it well. Harry kept this between himself and Daphne and said nothing to anyone else, because the thing about information was that it only stayed useful while you were the one holding it. The troll happened on Halloween. Harry had known something was going to happen on Halloween in the vague, instinctive way he knew most things, a pattern too consistent to be coincidence, the accumulated weight of Quirrell's increasing agitation, the specific quality of focus that radiated from under that turban growing more urgent as October deepened. He didn't know what shape it would take. He'd been watching for the shape. The feast was extraordinary. The Slytherin table had the same food as the others, which Harry had noted with mild surprise the first time. He'd expected differentiation, but Hogwarts maintained egalitarian dining policies with impressive consistency. He was halfway through something excellent involving pumpkin when Quirrell ran into the Great Hall. Harry watched him come. The performance was good. The voice pitched exactly right, breathless, terrified, convincingly unhinged. The stumble at the door. The hands raised. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you should know. And then the fainting, which was perhaps 1% too precisely executed, landing at just the right angle, in just the right place. Harry watched Dumbledore's face. The old wizard rose immediately, his expression doing several things in rapid succession, alarm, then command, then something more careful, beneath both, and began organizing the evacuation of students. Under the cover of the chaos, 400 students moving in all directions, prefects shouting, teachers cutting through the crowd with purpose, Harry turned to Daphne. He let it in, Harry said. Yes, Daphne said. She was already standing, moving with the flow of students but not at their pace. Third floor or dungeons? Both wrong, Harry said. The stone isn't on the third floor. Daphne stopped. Around them, the stream of students pushed and eddied. How do you know where it is? I don't know specifically, Harry said. I know it's not where Quirrell thinks it is yet, because if he already had access to it we'd have seen different behavior. He's looking. He needs us evacuated to have room to look. He watched Quirrell still form on the flagstones. The headmaster was already directing Flitwick toward the Great Hall exit. The troll is a distraction. From what? From wherever Quirrell actually needs to be right now without students in the way. Harry started moving, not with the evacuation flow, but against it, toward the side corridor that ran behind the Great Hall. And from us. Us specifically? Daphne said, falling into step beside him without hesitation. There's a girl in Gryffindor, Harry said. Hermione. She's not in the Great Hall. She's been upset all week about something Weasley said and she takes herself off to the bathrooms on the second floor when she doesn't want company. Nobody's going to tell her about the troll because nobody knows where she is. Daphne absorbed this. How do you know where she goes? I pay attention, Harry said. She has a pattern. Everyone does. They moved through the castle in the opposite direction from every other student, which meant the corridors were largely clear. Harry had memorized the castle's layout from Hogwarts, a history and 2 supplementary floor plan texts Daphne had found, but memory and reality had the expected gaps, staircases that had moved, corridors that bent differently than the plans showed, the organic architecture of a building that had been added to and modified and occasionally magically restructured for 1,000 years. The bathroom was on the second floor, east wing, and they could smell the troll before they saw it. It was large. The word felt genuinely inadequate. It occupied the corridor outside the girls' bathroom with the mass of something geological, 12 feet of gray-green stupidity and muscle that had clearly found the bathroom door and taken offense at its existence. The door had lost the argument. Through the remnants of it came the sound of someone screaming in a way that had started as panic and was curdling towards something beyond panic. Daphne looked at the troll. She looked at Harry. You have a plan. Yes, Harry said. Is it a good plan? Define good, Harry said, and walked toward the troll. The troll heard him at about 12 feet. It turned with the slow deliberateness of something with an extremely simple decision-making process. Loud things were threats, threats were hit, and raised its club. Harry had thought about this. He'd been thinking about it since October, in the specific way that amounted to preparation rather than worry. The dueling theory. The geometry of magical exchange. The chapter on controlling space. The fundamental principle, drawn from the pre-wand Slytherin combat texts, that a magical practitioner who understood the architecture of force application was not actually at a significant disadvantage against a physically larger non-magical opponent, because force traveled in predictable vectors and force vectors could be redirected. He let the club come down. It stopped 6 inches from his head. Not because he'd summoned a shield in the formal sense, he didn't have the verbal command precision yet for the complex shielding spells the books described, and wandless casting of that complexity was genuinely beyond his current reach. What he did have was the native magical architecture work from 3 years of practice, the structural magic that predated formal spell work, the deep current ability to push and redirect physical force at the point of contact. The club hit the air in front of his face and the force of it traveled sideways, the way water travels sideways when it hits a curved surface, and slammed into the corridor wall hard enough to crack the stone. The troll looked at its club. Then at Harry. Its expression, limited as it was, communicated genuine confusion. "Left side," Daphne said from behind him. Entirely calm. She'd identified that the troll was already turning its body weight that direction, she'd been watching the feet. Harry stepped right, let the swing pass, and did something he'd been building toward for 3 months. He reached into the structural magic, the deep current, foundational sense of material reality, and pushed. Not at the troll. At the floor beneath the troll. The flagstones didn't break. They just shifted, a 1/4 inch, in a radial pattern outward from the troll's center of gravity. Enough to make the ground under a 12-foot creature that weighed somewhere in the vicinity of 1,000 pounds give the troll an entirely novel experience. The troll sat down. Very suddenly. The floor shook. Dust came down from the ceiling in a thin cascade. The club bounced once and came to rest against the wall. Harry walked around it to the bathroom door while it was still processing what had happened. "Hermione," he said, loudly, to what remained of the doorway. A face appeared. Tear-streaked, wild-eyed, white as chalk. Hermione Granger looked at the sitting troll, then at Harry, then at Daphne, then back at Harry. "How?" she said. "Later," Harry said. "Now we go, before it recovers." She came out of the bathroom. The troll, behind them, had gotten one leg under itself and was making the low, rumbling sound of something very large that has had its dignity injured. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne walked away from it at a pace that was technically not running and practically just barely not. They were around the corner and halfway up the staircase before the distant crash told them the troll had found the wall again. "That," Hermione said, on the staircase, with the controlled breathlessness of someone who has not yet fully processed fear but is already moving toward analysis, was structural force redirection. Wandless. Which shouldn't be possible at, she stopped. At any level of formal magical training. "It's not formal training," Harry said. "What is it?" "Old magic," Daphne said, from one step up. "Native architectural application. Pre-standardization." Hermione was quiet for one full second, which was, Harry had already learned, her version of stunned silence. "Where did you learn that?" "Which text?" "I've read every recommended first-year text and several advanced ones and none of them, not in the standard curriculum," Harry said. "We'll talk about it later, when we're not standing in a corridor where a troll is still technically loose." They found a side room off the second-floor landing, a disused classroom full of covered furniture and the smell of chalk, and sat down, and Hermione's fear caught up with her all at once, the delayed processing of the body after the mind has been too busy to be frightened. She shook for about 90 seconds, visibly, and then stopped with the deliberate firmness of someone who has decided that was enough. "Thank you," she said. "Direct, uncomplicated. Both of you." You didn't have to come. No, Harry said. But Quirrell let that troll in deliberately, and if it had found you before we did, that would have been, he stopped. Unacceptable. Hermione looked at him. You think Professor Quirrell let it in on purpose? I think Professor Quirrell is not entirely Professor Quirrell, Harry said. Yes. The silence in the disused classroom had a quality of something expanding. Tell me, Hermione said. Not a request. An alignment, the specific tone of someone who has decided to be fully present in a situation rather than adjacently observing it. Harry told her. Not everything, not the oath, not the 3 years, not the ancient bloodline magic. But the observations, Quirrell's behavior pattern, the turban, the letter from September, the way his attention mapped to Harry specifically. The logic of tonight's troll as a distraction and what it might be distracting from. Hermione listened with the focused intensity she brought to everything. She didn't interrupt. She was building something, Harry could see it, the same cross-referencing intelligence she'd applied to every class they'd shared, but applied now to this. When he finished she said, the 3rd floor corridor. There's something there. The one that's off limits, there was a notice the first week. Dumbledore announced it himself. He announced it himself, Daphne said, with emphasis. Hermione's eyes moved. He wanted students to know it existed. Because, if students know a corridor is off limits, curious students will stay away from it, but they'll also be aware of it. It functions as misdirection. For anyone watching what Hogwarts students are doing, Harry said. Like someone who's been told we're looking into the 3rd floor. Then what's actually, Hermione stopped. Recalculated. The Philosopher's Stone, she said. Nicholas Flamel. The break-in at Gringotts in July, Vault 713. I read about it in the Prophet, it seemed significant. And Dumbledore was associated with Flamel in the historical record and, she'd pulled a small notebook from her robes, she carried one, Harry had noticed, and was writing rapidly. It's here. The stone is here, somewhere in this castle, and that's what Quirrell is after. Or someone is after through Quirrell, Daphne said. The 3 of them sat in a dusty classroom while outside, distantly, they could hear the organized chaos of the troll aftermath being managed, teachers' voices echoing through stone corridors, the castle absorbing the event the way it absorbed everything, with the vast patience of something that had been here for 1,000 years and would be here for 1,000 more. What do we do? Hermione said. Harry thought about it. We learn where the stone actually is, he said. And we make sure Quirrell doesn't get to it before we understand what we're dealing with. They got back to their respective dormitories without encountering any teachers, which was either luck or the castle making a discretionary decision about its architecture. Harry lay in his bed that night and thought about the troll, the specific mechanics of what he'd done, the force redirection, the floor, and about Hermione, and about the stone, and about the progressively clarifying picture of what Quirrell was actually doing. November was colder and faster. Harry spent it doing 3 things simultaneously, his schoolwork, which he handled efficiently because the foundation he'd built made most first-year material straightforward rather than challenging, the investigation into the stone, which he pursued carefully and largely in library hours with Hermione and Daphne, building an architecture of inference from available information, and his understanding of what, exactly, lived under Quirrell's turban. The Parseltongue incident happened in late November, in a corridor on the 4th floor, when Harry walked past a loose stone in the wall and heard something moving inside it, and turned toward the wall, and said, quite naturally and without any forethought whatsoever, "Come out if you want to, it's warmer on this side." The snake that emerged was small, a young grass snake, probably confused about how it had gotten into a school wall, and it looked at Harry with the intelligent, measuring quality that snakes had and said, "Is it?" with the sibilant precision of something that wanted to verify the claim before committing. "Warmer in what sense?" the snake said. "Thermally warmer," Harry said. "The stones here hold heat from the fires below. The ones in the wall are colder." The snake considered this. "That is accurate," it said, and came fully out, and coiled on the windowsill in a patch of November sunlight with the satisfaction of a pragmatic decision well made. Harry stood there for a moment. Then he became aware that Daphne was standing 4 feet behind him, very still. "How long have you been standing there?" he said. "Long enough," she said. Her voice was doing something careful. Not frightened, Daphne Greengrass did not frighten easily, and snakes were not frightening to someone who'd grown up in a wizarding family. But careful. "Harry." "Parseltongue," he said. "Yes," she said. "I didn't know," he said. "I mean, I could always talk to snakes. I assumed it was I thought snakes he stopped. "I thought I understood what snakes were saying because I was paying close attention to their behavior. I didn't realize I was actually speaking their language," Daphne said. "Yes," Harry said. She came to stand beside him. They both looked at the snake on the windowsill, which was indifferent to their conversation in the way of something that had gotten what it wanted and considered the social situation resolved. "Slytherin's gift," Daphne said quietly. "The Parseltongue, it's a marker of the true bloodline heir. Most of the students who've gone through this school claiming Slytherin heritage haven't had it. Genuine Parseltongue ability is much rarer than the family claimed it was." She paused. "Voldemort had it. He developed it through the bloodline claim. And I have it because the ancient magic transferred when the curse rebounded," Harry said. "Yes." A pause. "This is going to get complicated if people find out." "People are going to find out eventually," Harry said. "Eventually can be strategic," Daphne said. Harry looked at the snake. The snake looked back at him. "You speak our language well," it said. "Most humans who try do it badly. Too much breath. You are clean." "Thank you," Harry said. "You should go now," the snake said. "The cold one is coming." Harry went still. "What cold one?" he said, in English, then caught himself. "What cold one?" "The one with the dead smell," the snake said. "Not living. But moving." "Wrong." Down the corridor, footsteps. Uneven. Slightly hesitant on the left side. Harry touched Daphne's arm once, warning, and they moved into a side alcove behind a tapestry 3 seconds before Quirrell rounded the corner. He walked past, 6 feet away, muttering to himself in a low, continuous sound that wasn't quite words, or was, in a language Harry didn't know. But the feeling of it carried, through the tapestry, through the stone, into the part of Harry's awareness that was permanently tuned to old magic. Something was speaking through Quirrell. Not as Quirrell. Through him. The cold moved with him down the corridor and was gone. Harry and Daphne stood in the alcove until the footsteps had faded entirely. "The turban," Harry said, very quietly. "Yes," Daphne said, equally quiet. "The thing behind it is alive," Harry said. Or was alive. What the snake said, not living but moving. Wrong. The silence stretched. "He's possessing Quirrell," Daphne said. "Something is. Something that wants the stone," Harry said. "Something that knew Gringotts had it and got there early enough that Dumbledore had to move it. Something that can possess a person and sustain it for months." He looked at her. "Daphne." "I know," she said. "He's not dead," Harry said. "I know," she said again. They stood in the alcove in the cold November corridor, and the castle around them was very old and very quiet, and outside the narrow window above the tapestry the November sky was the grey of Daphne's eyes when she was thinking hard about something difficult. "We need to know where the stone actually is," Harry said. "And we need to be ready before he figures it out." "Hermione," Daphne said. "Hermione," Harry agreed. The 3 of them met in the library that Friday and Harry told Hermione, abbreviated, precise, with the snake incident included. Hermione's response to the Parseltongue was a single blink, a moment of processing, and then, that actually explains several historical inconsistencies in the academic record regarding genuine Slytherin line descent versus claimed descent. The magical marker would be, yes. Okay. The stone. She'd already been building the research architecture. She had 3 books open and a 14-point outline on her parchment with branching subpoints that was almost comically thorough. The protections, she said. There are multiple layers. I've been able to identify 6 through observational inference and cross-referencing what I know about each professor's specialty. Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, is Hagrid's, which means the first layer is an animal. The subsequent protections are more complex. Professor Sprout's, probably something botanical. Professor Flitwick's, probably enchantments of some kind. Professor McGonagall's, likely transfiguration-based. Professor Quirrell's own, she stopped. His own protection, Harry said. He set the protection for the thing he's trying to get through. Which means his protection is designed to be passable, Daphne said. By him. When the time comes. A troll, Hermione said quietly. He put a troll as his lair. Which he can manage because he's the one who let a troll into the castle. They sat with that for a moment. Snape has a lair, Harry said. Potions related, almost certainly. Hermione, the logic puzzle. 7 bottles, she said. I found a reference in a text on multivariable magical barriers. A logic riddle combined with a physical passage barrier. If you can solve it, you can pass. It's designed to stop someone who has power but not reasoning. That leaves Dumbledore's lair, Harry said. The Mirror of Erist, Hermione said. She said it with the weight of something she'd worked hard for. I found it in a reference to magical objects moved from the Ministry Reserve collection in August. It's the only object moved to Hogwarts in that window. The mirror shows you what you most deeply desire. Dumbledore told me about it in the library 2 weeks ago. She paused. I think he wanted me to know. I think she frowned. I think he's building a specific chain of knowledge in specific people. He's managing the information, Daphne said. He can't manage mine, Harry said. He doesn't know what I know. What does the mirror have to do with protecting the stone? Hermione said. Someone who wants to use the stone will see themselves using it, Harry said. The mirror shows desire. But someone who wants to find it without using it, someone who just wants it found and kept safe, would see it differently. The protection is in the desire itself. He thought about it. Brilliant, actually. It uses your own motivation as the lock. Which means Quirrell can't use it, Daphne said. His desire is to use it. He'd just see himself with it, not be able to take it. Which means he needs someone else, Harry said. Someone with no interest in using the stone. Someone who'd walk up to that mirror and genuinely just want it kept safe. The 3 of them looked at each other. He's been watching you all term, Daphne said. He needs me to get the stone out of the mirror, Harry said. That's why the letter. That's why the surveillance. He's been building toward this, either getting me to cooperate or finding a way to use me without my cooperation. Then don't go down there, Hermione said, immediately. Tell Dumbledore. If I tell Dumbledore, he manages the situation, Harry said. He decides the terms. He decides who knows, who acts, what the narrative is. He kept his voice even. I think Voldemort, Hermione flinched, Harry continued, has been weak for 10 years and is getting less weak. If he gets the stone, he gets a body, and everything that comes after that is considerably worse than what we're dealing with now. I'd rather not hand that problem to someone whose interests and mine aren't perfectly aligned. You'd rather go down there yourself, Daphne said. Not accusatory. Just naming it. We'd rather go down there, Harry corrected. Daphne looked at him for a moment. Then she turned back to Hermione's outline. Show me the potion puzzle. Harry had, over the course of the year, developed a specific practice he'd started in late September and refined through October and November, a daily, systematic extension of his awareness through the magical architecture of the castle. Not intrusion, not reading thoughts or sensing private magic. More like the building equivalent of learning a room's acoustics, understanding how the magic moved through the stone, where it pooled and where it flowed. The third-floor corridor existed at the periphery of this awareness as a kind of density, a concentration of interlocking magical structures, distinct and deliberate, each one a different practitioner's signature. He learned them over weeks, the way you learn faces. He didn't probe them. He just knew they were there, and knew their outlines. He did this because he believed in preparation over reaction, and because when the time came he didn't want the layout to be unfamiliar. The time came in June. The specific trigger was Hermione, who came to find Harry and Daphne on the first Friday of June with the tight expression of someone who has been sitting on urgent information for 24 hours and has reached her limit. "Snape," she said, very quietly, in the library corner that had become, over the year, effectively their office. He was in the forbidden corridor. "Last night. I was coming back from the bathroom after midnight, I couldn't sleep, and I saw him coming out of the third-floor landing door." "Snape," Daphne said. "Not Quirrell." "Snape," Hermione confirmed. "He was limping. Something had bitten his leg." Harry sat with that. Snape going through the protections, or trying to. Being stopped by one. Fluffy, probably, which bit. "He's investigating," Harry said. "He knows something is wrong with Quirrell. He's been watching Quirrell almost as long as I have. He's going to tip Quirrell off," Hermione said. "If Snape is getting close enough to be bitten, Quirrell is going to know someone's onto him and he'll move." "Tonight," Daphne said. "It'll be tonight or tomorrow at the latest." Harry had already decided. "Tonight," he said. Hermione looked at him. "All three of us." "You don't have to," Harry started. "I solved the potion puzzle," Hermione said. "I'm coming." Harry looked at Daphne. "Don't," Daphne said. "I wasn't going to," Harry said. They went down after midnight, through the corridors that Harry knew the way he knew everything he'd spent months learning, thoroughly, with the gaps accounted for. The castle was quiet in a specific way at that hour, the kind of quiet that wasn't absence but presence, the deep attentive silence of something old. The third-floor corridor door was unlocked, which meant Quirrell had already come this way. The music to put Fluffy to sleep was still playing, a small enchanted harp, sitting in the corner, clearly left by Quirrell. The three-headed dog was massive and beautiful in a deeply alarming way, all three of its heads down on its paws, all three sets of eyes closed, all three sets of jaws emitting low rumbles that shook the floor. Harry stepped around it with the awareness of where each paw was, the geometry of safe passage, and the other two followed. The trapdoor. Down. The devil's snare reached for all three of them immediately, with the enthusiasm of something that had been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. Hermione said, very fast, "Don't struggle," and produced a bluebell flame from her wand that she spread in a wide circle while Harry generated the same warmth he'd been generating in his cupboard for 3 years, not a spell, not a charm, just the deep current heat pushing outward from his chest, and the devil's snare, encountering significantly more warmth than it was designed for from 2 simultaneous sources, decided against the encounter with considerable haste. The winged keys were a spectacle. Hundreds of them, filling an enormous chamber, old-fashioned iron skeleton keys on bright wings that spun through the air in all directions. A broomstick sat in the corner. Harry looked at the door, then at the keys, then at the broom, with the focused attention of someone who is very good at Quidditch, having not yet played a single official game but having read 15 books on the subject. He caught the right key in 45 seconds. The chess set was enormous and moved with the purposeful aggression of something that took itself extremely seriously. Harry looked at the board with the specific quality of attention he'd brought to the dueling geometry diagrams. Chess was spatial logic. Magical chess, whatever its theatrics, was still chess, pattern recognition, variable assessment, decision trees. "Knight to h5, Harry said. The knight moved, taking a bishop in a shower of stone fragments. What? Said Hermione. Knight to h5 creates a fork, Harry said. Forces an exchange that opens the diagonal. 3 moves. It was 4 moves. He'd miscounted one variable. But it worked, and 3 minutes later the White Queen was sacrificing herself, not by choice, but because the board left her no options, and the door beyond was clear. Hermione's logic puzzle was as elegant as she described. 7 bottles, a poem, a logic riddle governing which was safe to drink. Hermione read it twice and pointed without hesitation. Harry trusted her analysis entirely, drank, felt the cold of whatever it was passed through him, and went through the black flame. And then it was just him. The mirror of Eris dominated the chamber, enormous, gold-framed, its surface not reflecting but alive, a darkness at its edges and a moving quality to its center, and Harry walked toward it knowing what he'd see and needing to see it clearly anyway. He looked into the mirror. He saw himself, standing in this chamber, holding a small red stone in his closed fist. Not using it. Not doing anything with it. Just holding it safe. The stone was in his pocket before he'd consciously registered the transfer, the mirror's magic, responding to desire that had no corruption in it, simply giving him the thing he intended to keep out of the wrong hands. He felt it there, small and warm and impossibly dense, the philosopher's stone, and he closed his fingers around it through his robes. I wondered, said a voice, whether it would be you. Quirrell was standing at the chamber entrance, his back to Harry, his hands folded, his posture entirely different than it was in classroom. The nervousness was gone. The stammer was gone. What was left was something that moved Quirrell's body like a person moves a borrowed coat, with use, without ownership. Harry turned around. Professor, he said. The turban, Quirrell said, in a tone that was not Quirrell's, has served its purpose. He reached up and began unwinding it. I think, given the circumstances, we can dispense with the misdirection. The last wrap fell away. What was on the back of Quirrell's head was a face, and Harry looked at it with the same steady attention he brought to everything. It was, not monstrous, not the way people described evil when they expected it to announce itself with drama. It was simply wrong. A face that had been eroded to its fundamental elements, the shape of a human face without the softness that made it human. Red eyes. A flatness to the expression that was not calm but rather the absence of anything that warred with its own desire. Harry Potter, the face said, with Quirrell's mouth on the back of his head. 10 years. I have been waiting. I know, Harry said. You will give me the stone. I won't, Harry said. Something in the chamber changed, not temperature, not light. Something more fundamental. The pressure of a very old and very powerful will pressing against the room. Harry had felt it before, in the scar. Every time the scar had pulsed with that warm wrong feeling, this was the source. Not painful from this distance. Just, familiar, the way a threat you've been preparing for is familiar when it finally arrives. I made that scar, Voldemort said, through Quirrell's conveniently positioned face. I know what lives in it. The ancient magic. I recognize my own lineage. You should, Harry said. You weaponized it. It rebounded and now I'm carrying what was yours. I imagine that's uncomfortable. The red eyes moved. Not anger, something more calculating than anger, something that was re-evaluating a model. You know more than expected, Voldemort said. I've had 3 years, Harry said. You're 11 years old. Everyone keeps saying that, Harry said. I'm aware. Give me the stone, Voldemort said, and I will tell you things about your parents that Dumbledore has never told you. About their deaths. About the choice your mother made that night and why it worked and what it cost her. Harry felt that land. He was not made of stone, it landed, it hurt in the specific way that things about his parents always hurt, a clean pain in a very deep place. He held it and didn't let it move anything. You killed them, Harry said. Yes, Voldemort said, with no inflection whatsoever. And I know everything that happened in those last moments. You don't. Dumbledore has managed what you know about that night very carefully. Then tell me now, Harry said. The information doesn't require the stone. The stone is the price. Then you'll keep your information, Harry said. I'm not interested in a trade that makes the world considerably more dangerous in exchange for personal closure. The red eyes watched him. The calculation in them was visible, as though it was too large to hide. You have a remarkable quality for your age, Voldemort said. The ability not to be moved by what should move you. I'm moved, Harry said. I'm just not governed by it. Give me the stone, Voldemort said, and the pressure in the room doubled, an active exertion of will, old magic pressing outward from Quirrell's body with the force of something that had spent 10 years in semi-existence learning to be efficient. It hit Harry's chest like a physical thing. Harry stood in it. The scar burned. Not painfully, or past pain, past the point where pain was the organizing sensation. The ancient magic in the scar was awake and fully engaged, responding to the proximity of the power that had originally housed it, and the response was not submission. It was recognition, and then something the book from Flourish and Blots had described in the chapter Harry had memorized at age 8. When the rightful heir stands in opposition to the source of his inheritance, the ancient magic does not adjudicate. It amplifies. It amplifies. The warmth in the scar became something larger. The deep current magic Harry had been developing for 3 years aligned with it the way tributaries align with a river in flood, not adding to it but becoming part of something that had always been bigger than its parts. He felt it move through him from the scar down, through his chest, along his arms, out through his hands, and the chamber lit up, not fire, not light in any spell sense, but the fundamental luminescence of very old magic expressing itself without container. Quirrell screamed. Not Voldemort, Quirrell. The body. The skin. Wherever Harry's magic touched Quirrell it burned, not because Harry was attacking but because his mother's sacrificial protection, woven into his blood, into the oath magic, into the ancient rite, was still there, still active, and the body housing the thing that had killed Lily Potter could not tolerate its contact. Harry reached forward and grabbed Quirrell's wrist. The chamber went white. When it came back, which took a moment, the way consciousness returns after something very bright, Harry was standing and Quirrell was on the floor and the chamber smelled of something that wasn't quite burning and wasn't quite ozone but was some combination of magical expenditure that had no common equivalent. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was gone. Not destroyed. Harry could feel that clearly. The ancient magic that had been in that face had dispersed, moved, retreated into the everywhere and nowhere that very old, very damaged magic retreated to when its vessel was removed. Voldemort was not dead. He was less than he had been 20 minutes ago and would need time to reconstitute even the fragment of self he'd been inhabiting. Harry straightened up. The Philosopher's Stone was still in his pocket. Small and warm and dense, unchanged. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. The man was breathing, shallowly, unevenly, the breath of someone whose body had been used hard and was protesting. Harry did not feel very much sympathy for Quirrell, who had made specific choices and continued making them, but he felt the appropriate human response to a person in genuine distress, and he conjured warmth over the man's body the way he'd conjured it in his cupboard for 3 years. Then he sat down on the floor in the empty chamber, with the mirror of Eriste reflecting nothing in particular behind him, and he thought. Dumbledore arrived 23 minutes later. The headmaster came through the black flame with the speed of someone who had been moving urgently, and stopped when he saw Harry sitting on the floor, and something in his expression went through several phases quickly, relief, surprise, and then the specific careful quality that Harry had learned to identify as Dumbledore adjusting his model. Harry, he said. Professor, Harry said. Are you hurt? No. Dumbledore looked at Quirrell. He looked at the mirror, which reflected nothing unusual. He looked at Harry, and his gaze moved to the scar, which was presumably still doing something visible because it felt very awake. The stone, Dumbledore said. Harry reached into his pocket and set the Philosopher's Stone on the floor in front of him. Dumbledore looked at it. Then at Harry. "How did you, the mirror," Harry said. "I didn't want to use it. I wanted to keep it safe. The protection worked as designed." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Voldemort. Gone for now," Harry said. "He'll need time to reconstitute what he had. Less than before." He looked at the old wizard steadily. "He's not dead. He's diminished. The distinction matters for planning purposes." Dumbledore sat down. It was a chair he conjured, graceful and immediate, but there was something in the act of sitting that was not entirely performance, a genuine weight being set down. He looked at Harry across the chamber floor with the eyes of someone encountering a situation their planning hadn't fully accounted for. "You knew," Dumbledore said. "About the stone. About Quirrell." "Yes," Harry said. "For how long?" "October for Quirrell," Harry said. "December for the stone's likely location." "And you didn't tell me." Harry met the blue eyes directly. The warmth in them was genuine. He'd decided long ago that Dumbledore's warmth was not a performance, that it coexisted with everything else. "I tell you what you need to know," Harry said. "You don't tell me what I need to know. That's not a foundation for complete information sharing." The silence between them had the quality of something being named that had been sitting unnamed for a long time. "You've been managed," Harry continued. "Since I was 15 months old. I understand why. I don't think your intentions are bad. I think your priorities and mine aren't identical." He kept his voice even, without accusation. "I'm not angry about it. But I'm not going to pretend it isn't happening." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The mirror behind him reflected the chamber, empty, unchanged. "You are not what I expected," Dumbledore said at last. "No," Harry said. "I know." Something in the old wizard's expression shifted, not conceding, exactly, but adjusting. The way a truly intelligent person adjusts when reality diverges meaningfully from their model. "The ancient magic," he said. "It's more active in you than I realized." "Yes," Harry said. "The Greengrass girl," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." "My keeper," Harry said simply. "You already know what that means." "I know what it meant historically," Dumbledore said carefully. "It means what it meant historically," Harry said. "It hasn't changed because the modern curriculum stopped teaching it." Dumbledore looked at him for one long, careful moment. Then he reached forward and picked up the Philosopher's Stone, and stood, and his expression settled into something that was not quite acceptance and not quite approval but was perhaps the beginning of both. "I think," Dumbledore said, "that Nicholas Flamel and I have a conversation to have about the stone's future. And you and I, Harry, I think we have a great many conversations ahead of us." "Yes," Harry said. "Honest ones." Dumbledore's mouth moved, the nearest thing to a smile that the moment allowed. "I will endeavor," he said, "to manage less." "I appreciate that," Harry said, and stood up, and picked up his wand from where it had fallen during the whiteout moment, and looked around the chamber that had held something world-ending an hour ago and now held nothing more threatening than an old man and a boy and the slowly dissipating smell of ancient magic doing its work. "Professor," Harry said. "Yes." "Tell Quirrell's family it wasn't his fault," Harry said. "Whatever he chose, whatever led him there, the end of it wasn't his choice. He was a vessel. His family should know that." Dumbledore looked at him with those careful, very awake blue eyes. "I will," he said. Harry walked back through the black flame. Chapter 5, What the Oath Cost. Summer arrived and Harry went back to Privet Drive. He spent 2 days there before Mrs. Figg appeared at the kitchen door with a casserole and a letter and the specific expression of someone executing instructions they'd been given before the relevant events had fully unfolded. The letter was from Cypriana Greengrass. It was brief and warm and asked, with the impeccable courtesy of someone who was actually issuing an invitation rather than requesting one, whether Harry might like to spend the remainder of summer in Wiltshire. Harry was packed in 40 minutes. The Dursleys watched him go with the collective relief of people who have been bracing for a difficult summer and have unexpectedly been told it won't happen. Vernon shook his hand again, twice now, which apparently constituted a tradition. Petunia stood in the hallway with that expression, the one Harry had never fully decoded, and said, "Right," which was the most she'd said to him in months and probably the most she knew how to say. He said, "I will," and meant it in the way you meant things you intended to do but weren't entirely sure you'd remember once the actual living of your life resumed. The Greengrass house in Wiltshire was different in summer. The grounds were green in a way that the wizarding world managed more specifically than the mundane one, as though someone had asked the grass to be a particular shade and it had obliged. The roses had opinions. The sundial was, Harry confirmed, not tracking solar time. It was tracking something else, something that moved on its own internal schedule, and when he asked Daphne about it she said it was a family heirloom tuned to a very old ley line and that she'd never fully decoded what it was actually measuring. "Has anyone tried?" Harry said. "Grandmother," Daphne said. She concluded it was measuring moral clarity and then refused to say anything further about it. Was she being serious? "With my grandmother," Daphne said, "the question doesn't have a clean answer." He met Astoria Greengrass properly for the first time that summer, Daphne's younger sister, 9 years old and made of a different quality of energy than her sister entirely. Where Daphne was composed and precise and measured her expressions like someone who understood their value, Astoria was vivid and immediate and had opinions that arrived fully formed and loudly delivered. She looked at Harry for about 4 seconds and then said, with the directness of someone who hadn't yet learned to be strategic about directness, "You're the one the magic chose for Daphne." "Astoria," Daphne said, in the tone she used when her sister was doing something that required acknowledgement without encouragement. "I'm not wrong," Astoria said. "You're approximately right," Harry said. "Though the magic chose both of us, technically." Astoria considered this. "Is that better or worse than just one?" "Better," Harry said. "Why?" "Because it means we're equals in it," Harry said. "Not one of us responsible for the other." Astoria looked at him for another moment, then at Daphne, then back at Harry. Something in her 9-year-old face did the thing that faces do when an expectation is exceeded rather than merely met. "Okay," she said, and went back to whatever she'd been doing, which appeared to involve a highly complicated game with 3 garden gnomes who were not cooperating. Daphne watched her go. "Then, she's been asking about you since October. What did you tell her?" "The truth," Daphne said. "That you're impossible to categorize and I've stopped trying." Harry looked at her. She was looking at the garden. The summer light caught her hair and she had the quality of containment that was so habitual it had become simply part of her, the way the color of someone's eyes was simply part of them. "Is that the truth?" Harry said. "Yes," she said. "Then, a beat, also that you're the most consistently interesting person I've met." But I told her that in October when she was very annoying about it, so the significance may have been diluted. Harry looked back at the garden. "The most interesting." "Don't make it a thing," Daphne said. "I'm not making it a thing," Harry said. "You have a face," she said. "I have several faces," Harry said. "Which one?" "The one where you filed something in the internal archive and intend to think about it later," she said, and walked back toward the house, and Harry looked at the sundial and its mystery measurement and thought that whatever it was tracking, it had probably moved. Cyrus Greengrass found him in the library that first evening, which Harry suspected was not accidental. The man had a careful quality in how he arranged encounters. They always appeared to be chance but had the structural integrity of things that had been thought through. He sat across from Harry in the wing chair that faced the one Harry had taken and was quiet for a moment in the way of someone who had decided how to start something and was executing it. "The stone," Cyrus said. "Yes," Harry said. "There are 17 people in the ministry who know what happened in that chamber," Cyrus said. "None of them agree on what they know. The official account has been." He paused. "Managed." "Dumbledore's narrative," Harry said. "Dumbledore's narrative," Cyrus confirmed. in which a first-year student stumbled onto a dangerous situation and survived through luck and the headmaster's timely intervention. He looked at Harry. 2 of those 17 people owe me professional courtesies and told me the account doesn't match the physical evidence in the chamber. The mirror had been used correctly. Quirrell's body showed signs of something no first-year accidental magic produces. Harry held Cyrus Greengrass's careful eyes and waited. "I'm not asking for a confession," Cyrus said. "I'm telling you that the gap between what happened and what the ministry was told is going to close eventually. These things always do. And when it does, you should be positioned correctly." "What's the correct position?" Harry said. "That depends," Cyrus said, "on what you intend to do about the man who isn't dead." The library was very quiet. Summer evening light came through the tall windows, golden and long-shadowed. "He's going to come back," Harry said. "The stone being destroyed," Flamel confirmed, "that's happening, I assume, removes one path to a body. Not the only one. He has others. He'd been thinking about this since June, working through the logic with the same systematic attention he brought to everything. He'll find another way. It'll take time. Years, probably. But he'll find it. And when he does? The wizarding world is not prepared," Harry said. "Not politically, not militarily, not psychologically. 10 years of believing he's gone has made them comfortable in a way that's going to be catastrophic." He looked at the window. "The people who served him are still here. The infrastructure of what he built is still here. The ideology is still here, dressed in different clothes. The Malfoys," Cyrus said, with the precision of someone naming a specific example rather than making a general point. "Among others," Harry said. "Yes." Cyrus was quiet for a moment. "My family has navigated these waters before," he said. "We were neutral during the First War. Not because we lacked conviction, because neutrality was survivable and taking a side was not, given where our convictions actually lay." He met Harry's eyes. "I want you to understand that neutrality is not a position I intend to maintain indefinitely." "What changed?" Harry said. Cyrus's gaze moved briefly to the door, beyond which, somewhere in the house, his daughters were presumably occupied. The look lasted less than a second. It was enough. "Okay," Harry said quietly. "I can give you intelligence," Cyrus said. "The kind that comes from being an unremarkable ministry official who attends the right meetings and is never quite important enough to be excluded from conversations. The kind that comes from a family that maintained neutrality long enough that both sides still talk to us." He paused. "In return, I want my daughters not to be caught in the middle of what's coming." "I can't guarantee that," Harry said. "I know," Cyrus said. "I'm not asking for guarantees. I'm asking for honesty. And for the acknowledgement that this family is standing with you, not observing from the side." Harry looked at Cyrus Greengrass for a long moment. He was 12 years old, which was a fact that kept arriving in situations that hadn't been designed for 12-year-olds, and he had learned to move through those situations without being reduced by them. He thought about the letter from Daphne that had started all of this, and the library garden, and 3 years of exercises and books and arguments about ancient theory, and the fixed star awareness that told him she was upstairs, probably reading, probably with a book she'd annotate 3 colors deep. "I know what the Greengrass family is," Harry said. "I know what it costs to say what you just said. I'm honored by it." He met the careful eyes. "I'll protect what I can protect. And what I can't, I'll tell you in advance so you can make your own choices." Cyrus Greengrass nodded once. Then he stood, straightened his jacket, and said, "The summer reading Daphne prepared for you is on the second shelf, east wall. She's been adding to it since May." He left the library. Harry turned to the east wall. The second shelf had 14 books on it, organized by what he recognized as Daphne's system: theoretical foundation first, then application, then historical context. The most recent edition was on top, a slim volume on Horcruxes, its spine unmarked, that had no publishing information on the interior cover. He opened it. He read until midnight. The second year started with the rumor. Harry heard it first on the train, before the castle came into view, before the feast, before any of the actual term machinery had engaged. He heard it from Pansy Parkinson, who delivered information the way people delivered things they found valuable, with the clear expectation that delivery created obligation. "There's something in the castle," Pansy said, to no one in particular, in the specific voice of someone performing casual that was doing a lot of work. "Something attacked a Muggle-born student at St. Brutus's this summer. Conditions been kept quiet but my mother heard from." "What kind of something?" Harry said. Pansy's attention snapped to him. She had, over the course of first year, developed a complex relationship with Harry that involved genuine wariness underneath the social performance. She was clever in the specific way of someone who understood social capital precisely and allocated it carefully, and she had identified early that Harry was a kind of capital she didn't yet know how to spend. "Nobody knows exactly," she said. "Something that leaves people, still. Not dead. Not quite awake." Daphne, beside Harry, turned a page of her book. "Petrification," she said, without looking up. "That's the word going around," Pansy confirmed. Harry said nothing. He looked out the train window at the darkening countryside and thought about what Daphne had sent him over the summer, the carefully sourced rumor she'd included in a July letter about the Malfoy family acquiring something from an old Borgin and Burke's catalogue. An object. She hadn't had the name, just the description: something old, something associated with serpents, something with a history that predated the last several centuries of wizarding record. He'd written back, "The diary?" She'd written, "I don't know. I'm looking." 3 weeks later, "Not the diary." A diary. That's different. He thought about the Horcrux book. He thought about soul magic and what it left behind. He thought about a memory that could act, that could reach out from paper into the living world, that could be used as a weapon by someone who understood how to weaponize it. He thought about what Voldemort, diminished as he was, might have prepared in advance for exactly this kind of situation: a contingency, a backup, a piece of himself left behind to continue the work. "Daphne," he said, quietly. "I know," she said, equally quiet. The book in her hands had not turned a page in 3 minutes. They arrived at Hogwarts and the school received them the way it always did, with the vast impersonal grandeur of something that had absorbed too many arrivals to find any particular one remarkable, and Harry walked through the entrance hall and up the marble staircase and felt the castle's magical architecture around him the way he always felt it now, a landscape as familiar as the Greengrass library. He felt something else too. Something had changed in the castle's magical architecture. A new current, running somewhere below the primary magical flows, irregular and cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. He'd spent a year developing the sensitivity to read the castle's magic, and what he was reading now was a wrongness, not dramatic, not loud, but present the way infection was present before the symptom. Something old was awake in this building. He found Hermione in the library before dinner, which required no particular searching because Hermione was always in the library before dinner, a pattern so consistent it had become essentially a geographical feature. She looked up when he sat down. She had 2 books open and a third balanced on her knee and the expression of someone who had been researching something that kept getting more interesting the deeper she went. "Chamber of Secrets," Harry said, sitting down. Hermione's expression sharpened. "You felt it too," she said. "Something old is running through the castle's foundations," Harry said. "Not a new addition. Something that was dormant and isn't anymore." There was an opening, Hermione said, and turned one of the open books to face him. It was a history text, a specific chapter, the chamber and its legend, fact separated from fantasy. "I've been working through the actual historical record rather than the embellished version. The Chamber of Secrets was sealed by Slytherin himself at his departure from the school. The mechanism for opening it is Parseltongue specifically, not just any snake language ability, but a command in Slytherin's own dialect." "Which I have," Harry said. "Which you have," Hermione confirmed. And which, according to this text, creates a passive resonance in any Slytherin bloodline magic in the vicinity. As soon as you arrived at school in September, the chamber heard me, Harry said. I think something in the castle's foundation recognized the Parseltongue signature and partially activated, Hermione said. Not fully, the chamber's actual entrance still requires a deliberate command. But the passive resonance, the cold current you're feeling, that started when you came back. Harry sat with that. Who else has Parseltongue right now? In this school? Hermione said. Theoretically, only you. Theoretically, Harry said. Hermione's eyes were very steady. Or a piece of someone who had it, she said. Left somewhere in the castle. Still carrying the ability. The Horcrux book. The diary. The contingency plan. Someone gave a student a Horcrux, Harry said. I don't know for certain, Hermione started. Neither do I, Harry said. But the logic runs that way. Voldemort leaves a piece of himself embedded in an object. The object gets into Hogwarts. The piece wakes up the chamber because it carries the Parseltongue ability just like he did. And whoever's holding the object starts experiencing, what? Blackouts, Hermione said. Memory gaps. Being in places you don't remember going. She looked at him directly. I've been watching second-year Gryffindors. Specifically one. Harry thought. Ginny Weasley. Hermione's expression confirmed it without saying it. She's been, not herself. Since September. I don't have enough data to be certain, but the pattern, she's writing in something, Harry said. It wasn't a guess. He'd seen Ginny Weasley in the Great Hall 3 times in the past week, hunched over a battered diary with a quality of intensity that was too consuming, too exclusive, the body language of someone having a conversation rather than writing in a private journal. We need the diary, Hermione said. We need to understand what it is first, Harry said. And we need to be careful about how we take it. If the piece of Voldemort inside it senses a threat, it'll act. We don't know what it can do yet. Petrification, Daphne said. She had arrived at their table with the silent efficiency of someone who had been moving through a library since childhood and understood its acoustics completely. She sat down, placed her bag, and opened it with the ease of someone continuing a conversation they'd been part of from the start. The attacks are going to start, she said. That's what the rumor on the train was, a preview. Someone or something is about to begin petrifying people and using it to create fear and instability in the school. Classic destabilization pattern, Harry said. Create an atmosphere of danger, let the blame fall on Slytherin's legacy, and watch the school fracture along exactly the lines that are most useful, Daphne said. Muggleborns versus everyone else. Slytherin as the villain. The narrative writes itself. Which is the point, Harry said. Whoever gave Ginny that diary knew what opening the chamber would do to the school's social fabric. Hermione looked between them. Malfoy, she said. His father, Harry said. Lucius. The summer acquisition. He thought about Draco, the alliance, such as it was, that he'd negotiated in the first-year corridor. The intelligence Draco had provided, accurate and useful, within the limits of what Draco was willing to share about his family. Draco doesn't know, Harry said. If he knew his father had given a student a Horcrux, he stopped, reconsidering. He doesn't know what it is. He might know his father arranged something. He wouldn't know the full scope. How do we get the diary? Hermione said. We don't take it, Harry said. We make Ginny Weasley not want it. The first petrification happened in October. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found stiff as a board on the second-floor corridor near a message written on the wall in something that was either paint or something considerably worse. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry stood in the crowd that formed around it and read the message twice and felt the cold current in the castle's foundation spike and then settle, as though something below had felt the message going up and was satisfied. He looked at the crowd's faces. The reactions were predictable: fear, confusion, excitement in the people for whom fear was exciting. And several of the Slytherin students, he noted, were watching him specifically, waiting to see how he responded. He said, loudly enough to carry, "Someone wrote that in English. The heir of Slytherin, if that's a real thing, would write it in Parseltongue or not at all. This is theater." The crowd shifted. Several people looked at him. Several looked at the message with different eyes. "That's interesting," said Ron Weasley, from somewhere to Harry's left, in the tone of someone genuinely thinking rather than performing. "It's obvious," Harry said, which came out slightly more blunt than he'd intended, and he amended, "once you look past the drama. Someone wants the school scared. Don't give them the scared." Ron looked at him with the complicated expression Harry had gotten from Ron all year, a mixture of things that included the first-year train conversation and the sorting and the accumulated evidence of Harry being genuinely not what Ron had been prepared for. Ron Weasley, Harry had concluded over 12 months of observation, was fundamentally loyal, instinctively decent, and deeply uncomfortable with the gap between his prepared narrative about Harry Potter and the actual Harry Potter. He was working through it with the occasional awkwardness of someone whose mental furniture was being rearranged against their will. "My sister," Ron said. Very quietly. "Something's wrong with her." Harry looked at him directly. "I know," he said. "I'm working on it." Ron stared at him. "How do you, later," Harry said. "Somewhere without 100 people." Ron nodded once, with the expression of someone who has decided to trust something they don't fully understand, which was, Harry thought, probably the right decision about most important things. The plan for the diary was methodical and took 3 weeks. The fundamental problem was that Ginny Weasley trusted the diary implicitly, with the specific consuming trust of someone who had been offered something they desperately wanted, an attentive, responsive presence that listened and understood and never judged. The diary was doing what Voldemort's intelligence had always done, identifying the need and meeting it precisely. Ginny was lonely in the specific way of youngest siblings and smallest feeling people, and the diary had arrived understanding exactly that. You couldn't simply take something from a person who felt it was the only thing that understood them. You'd take the object and leave the wound open, and the wound would find another outlet. "She needs an alternative first," Daphne said, in the library, the week the plan was taking shape. "Someone she can actually talk to," Harry said. "Her brothers are well-meaning and oblivious," Hermione said. "Ron is her closest sibling emotionally, but he doesn't have the vocabulary for this kind of conversation. Fred and George love her but express it primarily through chaos. Percy is Percy." "You," Harry said to Hermione. Hermione looked at him. "Me? You're someone she looks up to," Harry said. "You're a Gryffindor, you're brilliant, you were a first year last year, you remember what it felt like. And you're the person most likely to listen to her talk about something strange happening to her without dismissing it." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You want me to become her friend?" "I want you to actually be her friend," Harry said. "Not as a strategy. As a genuine thing. She's a good person in a bad situation and she deserves someone actually paying attention to her." He held Hermione's eyes. "If it turns out she also tells you things that help, that's secondary." Hermione absorbed this. "That's a meaningful distinction," she said. "Yes," Harry said. It took Hermione 11 days to establish a genuine connection with Ginny Weasley, which was faster than Harry had estimated and said something about Hermione's sincerity. On the 12th day, Ginny mentioned to Hermione, in a whispered conversation in the Gryffindor common room that Hermione reported afterward with careful precision, that she kept waking up in strange places with no memory of how she'd gotten there, and that the diary she'd been writing in sometimes wrote back things she hadn't written, and that she was frightened. Hermione had held her hand and told her that was real and important and they needed to deal with it. On day 13, Ginny gave Hermione the diary. Hermione brought it to Harry in the library, wrapped in a handkerchief, held with the specific caution of someone who has been briefed on what the object is and is not interested in testing the briefing's accuracy by direct contact. Harry looked at it. It was battered, a small, black diary, 50 years old, the name Tom Marvolo Riddle just visible on the first inside page where the ink had faded. He could feel the cold current of it even through the handkerchief. The wrongness was specific and identifiable now that he knew what he was feeling for, a shard of something incomplete, a fragment of a person that was not a ghost and not a spirit but a deliberate leaving behind, animated by the original's magic and will. Tom Riddle's diary, Harry said. 50 years old. He made this at 16. At 16, Daphne said. She was standing across the table from Harry, and her eyes were on the diary with an expression that was the opposite of the cold current, warm and alert and very focused. He was already doing this at 16. He was always building towards something, Harry said. Everything was in service of the larger project. He thought about the Horcrux book from the Greengrass library. The theory of soul-splitting and what it required. This isn't just a memory. It's a functioning fragment of his soul. It can think. It can act. It knows what it is. Can you talk to it? Hermione said. Harry looked at her. Parseltongue, she said. If it carries his abilities, it might respond. Harry picked up the diary. The cold hit him immediately, not temperature, the specific cold of wrong magic, of something that had been made through an act that left a permanent chill on everything it touched. He opened it to the first page and looked at the name, and he said, in the language that snakes shared, the language that Slytherin's line carried, I know what you are. The ink on the page moved. It bloomed outward from where the name was written, spreading in tendrils across the white page, and then it gathered and formed letters, and I know what you are, Harry Potter. We have more in common than you know. Harry looked at the words. He thought about a 16-year-old boy in an orphanage who had discovered magic and decided, very early, that it was the answer to everything he'd ever lacked. He thought about what that looked like from the inside, and where it went, and what it required. We have nothing in common, Harry wrote back, in English, because the diary seemed to be managing both languages. You are an heir, the diary wrote. As I was. You carry the Slytherin bloodline magic. As I claimed it. You are in Slytherin house, at odds with the world that expected something different from you. As I was. The difference, Harry wrote, is what we did with it. What will you do with it? The diary wrote, and there was something in the ink's movement, a quality of actual curiosity, the original's intelligence firing even in fragment, that Harry found more disturbing than anything theatrical could have been. Not this, Harry wrote. He closed the diary. He looked at Daphne and Hermione across the table. It's a Horcrux, he said. A piece of Voldemort's soul anchored in an object by an act of murder. The 50 years ago version, when he was 16 and calling himself Tom Riddle. He set it on the table. Dumbledore needs to know about this one. Specifically and fully. No managed narrative. Why now? Hermione said. You've been careful about what you tell him. Because this is soul magic, Harry said. And if this one exists, others do. That's not something I can investigate alone, and it's not something I can allow to be managed by the standard approach of hoping the problem goes away. He looked at the diary. He needs to know what these are. And then we need to find all of them. Daphne's expression had shifted to the thing it did when a plan was being assembled that was larger than the immediate conversation. All of them, she said. He wouldn't have made just one, Harry said. The theory says the soul divides when the act is performed. He did this at 16. He had another 30 years after this to continue. There are more. The library around them was very quiet. The candles on the nearest table made small, steady lights in the middle of afternoon dimness, and beyond the tall windows the November sky was the gray of impending weather. How many? Hermione said, and her voice had the quality of someone who already had an estimate and was hoping to be told it was wrong. I don't know, Harry said. That's what we need to find out. He sent a letter to Dumbledore that evening. Not the careful, warm, non-committal letter he'd been writing all year. A direct letter, 2 pages, that named what the diary was and what it meant and asked, plainly, for the information Dumbledore had about Voldemort's history that Harry didn't yet have. Dumbledore's reply arrived the next morning. It was longer than any letter he'd sent Harry before, and it did not feel managed. It felt honest. With the specific quality of honesty that comes from someone who has been challenged to it and has decided to meet the challenge. It contained 3 names. 3 objects. 3 places Dumbledore suspected. It contained, at the bottom, 1 sentence: "I think it's time we talked in person, Harry." Properly. Harry wrote back, "Yes. I think so too." The meeting was in Dumbledore's office, a week later, and it was the first conversation Harry had ever had with the headmaster that felt like 2 people in the same room rather than a performance and an audience. Dumbledore talked about Tom Riddle with the weight of someone who had watched a person choose a particular path and had never fully made peace with not having stopped it. Harry listened, and asked questions, and shared what he knew from the Greengrass library book and from the diary itself. By the end of it they had the beginning of a framework. Not a plan, the information was too incomplete for a plan. But a shared understanding of the shape of the problem, and the acknowledgement that solving it was going to require both of them working with rather than around each other. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said, near the end. "For what specifically?" Harry said. "For deciding, years ago, what your story needed to be," Dumbledore said. "For shaping the circumstances of your childhood with a destination in mind rather than your well-being as the primary concern." Harry sat with that. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, which had been warm for 3 years but had never been anything other than what it was. He thought about the letter from Daphne at 8 years old: "You should probably learn more about what you are before other people tell you." "I appreciate you saying that," Harry said. "I'm not interested in holding it over you. I'm interested in what we do differently going forward." Dumbledore looked at him with those very awake eyes, and the warmth in them was not performed and not calculated. "Yes," he said. "So am I." Harry walked back down the spiral staircase from Dumbledore's office feeling something settle in the architecture of his situation, a joint coming into alignment, 2 structures that had been working at cross purposes beginning to share load correctly. Not perfect. Not without the remaining tensions and unresolved gaps. But better. Honestly better. Daphne was waiting at the bottom of the staircase with the self-evident air of someone who had identified the optimal place to wait. "Well," she said. "Progress," Harry said. She studied him. "Real progress or managed progress?" "Real," Harry said. "He told me things without softening them first." "That's new." She nodded once. They started walking. The corridor was empty in the early evening, the castle settling into its post-dinner quiet, the torches casting their usual warm inconsistent light. "The diary," Daphne said. "It goes to Dumbledore." "Yes," Harry said. "And the chamber?" She said it carefully, the way she said things that had multiple implications she was holding simultaneously. "The chamber is mine to deal with," Harry said. "Whatever's running through the foundation, the cold current, the wrongness, it's keyed to Slytherin's line. Which means it'll respond to me. I want to go down." "I know," she said. "When?" "When I know where it is," Harry said. "And when I know what I'm going to find." "The basilisk," Daphne said. Harry looked at her. "The historical record, if you read the right version," she said, with the particular precision of someone who had read the right version, describes a monster that Slytherin himself housed in the chamber. A creature that obeys Parseltongue commands and whose gaze is lethal. She held his eyes. "A basilisk. One that's been down there for 1,000 years, possibly still alive, definitely still responding to whatever's been waking things up in the foundation." "If it's responding to the diary fragment," Harry said. "Then when the fragment is destroyed, it may settle back into dormancy," Daphne said. "Or it may not. Depending on how deeply entrenched the activation is." Harry thought. I'll go down before we destroy the diary, he said. I want to see it before I eliminate the activation signal. Harry, Daphne said, and there was something in her voice that was different from its habitual precision, a weight to it, something underneath the measured tone. The basilisk's gaze is lethal. The venom is lethal. It's 1,000 years old, which means it is almost certainly the most dangerous creature currently alive in Britain. I know, Harry said. I'm coming, she said. Daphne, I'm the keeper, she said. Not your bodyguard, not your assistant. But I'm the witness to what you are, and what you are includes this. She said it steadily, without drama, with the quality she brought to things she'd already decided. And practically speaking, someone should be there who isn't entirely depending on Parseltongue authority to survive the encounter. Harry looked at her for a moment. The fixed star awareness of her direction was very clear, very present. He thought about what the book had said, the one who would hold the oath, witness the Lord's power, and stand as the proof of its legitimacy. He thought about what Daphne had said at age 9, in the Greengrass library garden, ask me in 10 years. It had been 4 years. Not 10. But the answer was visible in her expression, the committed steadiness of it, the absence of any part of her that was uncertain about being here. Together, Harry said. Obviously, she said. The entrance to the chamber was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, which Harry had identified in November through a combination of the castle's magical architecture reading, the historical record Hermione had compiled, and the snake on the 4th floor wall whose parting comment about a cold wet place below had turned out to be more geographically specific than it sounded. They went down on a Saturday in early December, after Harry had spent 3 weeks doing what he always did, preparing, specifically, for a specific encounter, learning the geometry of the space from the architectural traces he could read through the castle's foundation, building a map of the chamber's dimensions in his mind. The descent was as ugly as the architecture suggested it would be, a pipe, a slide, a damp tunnel that smelled of centuries of disuse and something very large that lived in it. Daphne descended without comment on the conditions and landed in the tunnel with the precise footwork of someone who had read the relevant chapters on the descent 3 times and had prepared accordingly. The tunnel was long. The torches Harry lit, wandless, the way he'd lit the cupboard at age 9, through shadows that moved in interesting ways against the ancient stone. Things crunched underfoot that were probably bones, small ones, the remnants of what the basilisk had been eating for 1,000 years. The great door was stone serpents. Harry stood before it and felt the scar warm and the ancient magic align, and he said in Parseltongue, in the specific dialect of Slytherin's own line, not open but, I am the heir. I have come. The serpents moved. The chamber was enormous. More enormous than the tunnel had prepared him for, it ran the length of the castle's foundation, pillared in stone serpents, the ceiling lost in darkness, and at the far end, rising from a plinth that had been old before Hogwarts had a name, was the statue of Salazar Slytherin. And coiled at its base, filling the space between the pillars with 15 feet of ancient, enormous, armored serpent, was the basilisk. Harry looked at it from the chamber's entrance with the specific assessment he brought to everything. It was asleep, or nearly. Its eyes were closed, the deadly gaze behind shuttered lids, its breathing the long slow rhythm of something enormous that measures time in decades. The cold current he'd been feeling in the castle's foundation all term ran from here, from this creature, from whatever partial activation the diary fragment had produced in it. Old One, Harry said, in Parseltongue. Wake. The basilisk lifted its head. Enormous. The word kept failing. Its scales were the dark green-black of deep water and they moved with the sound of many stones shifting. Its head was the size of a small room. Its eyes, still closed, sensing him through heat and sound and the vibration of his magical signature, oriented toward him with the focus of something that had been the apex predator of its environment for 1,000 years and had never encountered anything that worried it. An heir, the basilisk said, in the old dialect. Its voice was the resonance of something that didn't need volume because volume had always been irrelevant. There has not been an heir in many generations. I carry the line, Harry said. The bloodline magic. The old oath. The basilisk's head moved, not aggressively, but with the quality of assessment. The line has returned, it said. There was another. A false one. He woke me with commands and I obeyed because commands are commands. But he was not the true line. I know, Harry said. The fragment in the diary. That's what woke you. Where is the fragment? The basilisk said. Going to be destroyed, Harry said. The false one is diminished. The true heir is here. Silence in the chamber. The sound of enormous breathing and the distant drip of water and the deep quiet of 1,000 years of rock and magic. What does the true heir command? The basilisk said. Harry stood in the Chamber of Secrets, 12 years old, in front of the oldest surviving creature of Slytherin's line, with the ancient oath magic fully awake in his scar and Daphne standing 4 feet behind him and every preparation he'd made for the last 4 years converging on this specific moment. He thought about what Slytherin had actually built. Not the culture the house had become. The actual founding intent, a place for the ambitious and the cunning and the self-determined, protected, sharp, not weaponized against the world but positioned within it with intelligence and purpose. Sleep, Harry said. The false one's influence is being removed. When it's done, return to your rest. You'll know when the true heir needs you. Until then, sleep. The basilisk looked at him for a long moment. The true line, it said, and there was something in the resonance of it that was not quite language and not quite magic but something both, the fundamental acknowledgement of very old things encountering the continuation of what made them. Yes. I will sleep. It laid its head down. The cold current in the chamber's foundation, the activation signal that had been running through the castle since September, went quiet. Harry stood in the silence of the ancient chamber and listened to the enormous breathing of the sleeping basilisk slow to the deep rhythm of genuine rest, and felt the magical architecture around him settle like a building that has been slightly skewed by pressure and has now been allowed to return to plumb. Daphne came to stand beside him. She looked at the sleeping basilisk for a long moment. Then she looked at the statue of Salazar Slytherin at the far end, ancient and worn but still present, still facing down the length of his chamber. Well, she said. Yes, Harry said. You talked a 1,000-year-old basilisk to sleep, she said. It seemed like the right approach, Harry said. It was, she said. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the chamber around them, the vast stone space, the pillars, the age of it, the weight of what it represented. He built this, she said. Slytherin. He built this place for the thing he loved most. Serpents. His gift. The physical embodiment of his bloodline's nature. She looked at Harry. And you just had a conversation with it. Yes, Harry said. He would have been furious, Daphne said. That it came to this. His house being used as a theater for Voldemort's plans. His chamber being woken by a fragment of something soul damaged and fundamentally wrong. Probably, Harry said. But perhaps, she said, carefully, less furious about this part. The basilisk breathed deeply below them. The torches Harry had lit threw warm gold light across the ancient stone. We should go, Harry said. The diary needs to go to Dumbledore tomorrow. And I need to write to your father. About? Daphne said. Horcruxes, Harry said. And the Malfoys. And the fact that Lucius Malfoy introduced a soul fragment into this school through a child and the ministry needs to decide what it does about that. He paused. Or we need to decide what we do about what the ministry does. Daphne looked at him. That's a large thing, she said. Yes, Harry said. Everything from here gets larger. He met her eyes. You know that. I've known that since I was 8 years old in a bookshop, she said. I chose it anyway. Harry looked at her in the chamber's ancient light, 12 years old, the heir of a bloodline that had built this place and everything in it, the fixed star of her direction utterly steady in his awareness, and felt the oath magic between them warm and alive and exactly what the book from Flourish and Blots had described 1,000 years ago. The one who would stand as proof. "I know," he said. They walked back through the chamber, past the sleeping basilisk, toward the tunnel and the surface and everything that was coming. Chapter 6, Lord of Slytherin's line. The diary went to Dumbledore on a Monday morning, wrapped in dragonhide cloth that Daphne had sourced from her father's study specifically for the purpose, and the conversation that followed was the most honest Harry had ever had in that circular office. Dumbledore unwrapped it. He looked at it for a long time without touching it. The portraits on the walls were very quiet in the way portraits got when something genuinely significant was happening, not the performed attentiveness of people watching a spectacle but the real stillness of people who understood wait. "You know what this is?" Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry said. "A Horcrux. His first, I think. Made when he was 16, in this school, which means this is where he committed his first murder." Harry sat across from the headmaster with his hands folded on his knee. His name was Tom Riddle. He killed his father and grandparents the summer after his 5th year, but I think the first one happened here. I think he used a student. I think that's what the chamber was for, the first time it was opened 50 years ago. Dumbledore was very still. "How did you reach that conclusion?" "The diary fragment told me." "Not directly. It was offering to show me Hagrid opening the chamber, framing Hagrid as the villain, which is the fragment's function, to protect itself by redirecting blame. But the subtext of what it was willing to use as evidence told me more than it intended to." Harry held the old wizard's eyes. "It was eager for me to see Hagrid accused. Which means the real threat to it was something else. The real threat was the truth about what Tom Riddle did in this school 50 years ago." "Moaning Myrtle," Dumbledore said quietly. "Not a question. A piece of information arriving at its proper place after a very long journey." "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore sat with that for a moment that had genuine weight in it. "I have suspected for some years," he said. "I never had evidence I could act on." Tom Riddle was, remarkably adept, even at 16, at ensuring his actions left nothing actionable. "He still is," Harry said. "Which is why we need to stop operating reactively and start mapping what we actually know." He reached into his bag and set a folded parchment on Dumbledore's desk. "3 objects you named in your letter. The diary is 4. I think there are more. I think he made as many as he could bear to make, and I think each one is somewhere we haven't found yet, and I think if we wait for them to announce themselves the way the diary announced itself we're going to spend years putting out fires instead of finding the source." Dumbledore looked at the parchment. Then at Harry. "You've been building this framework since June," Harry said. "Since the stone chamber. I've had 6 months and your 3 locations and everything I could find in the Greengrass library and the school library's restricted section." He paused. "The restricted section books I accessed without permission, which you're welcome to address or not, but they were necessary." Something moved in Dumbledore's expression, the precise motion of a person suppressing the impulse to be amused by something they've technically been challenged to be stern about. "We'll consider that addressed," he said. "What does your framework show?" 6, Harry said. "I think he made 6 Horcruxes. The diary is 1. The other 5 are objects of significance, things with meaning to Slytherin's line, or to Riddle's personal history, or to the concept of power as he understood it. He wouldn't have used random objects. He was too deliberate. Every piece of himself he put somewhere was a statement." Dumbledore looked at the parchment for a long moment. "A locket," he said. "A cup. A ring. Possibly something of Gryffindor's or Ravenclaw's." He coveted the founder's objects. He paused. "And something else. Something he kept closest." "Something living," Harry said. "The 7th piece, what's left in him, but a living vessel for one before that. Something that could move. Something he trusted absolutely." He thought about the cold presence he'd felt through Quirrell's turban. The specific quality of a thing that had been used as a container long-term. A snake, maybe. If he ever gets a body back and gets a snake, then we have a problem, Dumbledore said. We have a problem either way, Harry said. But a contained one if we find the others first. The silence in the office had the quality of two people who have arrived, by different routes, at the same clearing and are taking stock of where they are together. Harry, Dumbledore said. What I told you at the end of last year, about managing less. I want to honor that. Which means I need to tell you something I've been holding back. Harry waited. The prophecy, Dumbledore said. He told him. All of it. The full text, delivered without softening, without the managed version, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. The implication in it. What it had meant to Voldemort when he'd heard part of it. What it meant now. Harry sat with it. It was not a surprise. Not in the way things were surprises when you hadn't been building toward them. He'd known, in the formless way you knew things that the logic of your situation implied before you had the specific words, that he was in this too centrally to be in it by accident. He'd known there was a reason the ancient magic had chosen him. He'd known the scar was not a coincidence. But hearing the specific words, in the specific ancient phrasing of prophecy, neither can live while the other survives, was different from the general knowing. It landed in a place that was distinctly his own. Neither can live while the other survives, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. That doesn't mean I have to die, Harry said. That's a common misreading of prophetic structure. Neither can live is a mutual condition, one of us has to end the other. It's not a suicide note. It's a declaration of terminal conflict. Dumbledore looked at him. That is, an unusually precise reading. I've read extensively on prophetic language, Harry said. The grammar of it matters. This one is a statement about the relationship, not a predetermined outcome for either party. He held the old wizard's eyes. I am going to be the one who ends it. That's what the prophecy says if you read it carefully. Not that I die. That he does. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Outside the office windows, the December sky over the grounds was the deep gray of incoming weather, clouds moving with purpose. I have been, Dumbledore said, occasionally guilty of reading it the other way. I know, Harry said. That's why I needed to hear it from you directly. Because the version where I'm a sacrifice only works if I don't know I am one. And I'm not. He kept his voice even, without accusation, simply naming what was true. I'm the person who ends this. That's a different story. Dumbledore sat back in his chair with the expression of someone whose model of a situation has not merely been updated but has been fundamentally reoriented. Yes, he said at last. It is. Harry walked back down the spiral staircase with the prophecy in his chest, not as a burden, the way he suspected Dumbledore had been carrying it, but as a map. A specific piece of information that clarified the shape of what was coming. He filed it beside everything else in the internal archive, terminal conflict. Not predetermined victim. The one who ends it. Daphne was in the corridor at the bottom of the staircase. She had a book. She always had a book. She looked at him when he came down and read his face with the precision of someone who had been reading his face for 4 years. Big conversation, she said. Prophecy, Harry said. The full text. She lowered the book. Tell me. He told her, walking, keeping his voice below carrying distance. She listened without interrupting, which she only did when something was serious enough that her usual instinct to cross-reference and argue needed to wait. When he finished, they'd reached the end of the corridor and she was quiet for a moment with the specific quality of thinking rather than silence. Neither can live while the other survives, she said. Yes. You're going to be fine, she said. Harry looked at her. I mean that analytically, she said. Not as comfort. The grammar is unambiguous. You've read prophetic language, so have I. The condition is mutual and the resolution is terminal for one party. Given everything the ancient magic in you is capable of and everything you've been building for the past 4 years, the odds strongly favor you. She held his eyes. Also, she said, and her voice shifted slightly, I'm the keeper. The oath says I'm the proof of your legitimacy. That implies your continued existence. The magic wouldn't invest a keeper in someone who was going to die at 17. Harry looked at her for a moment. Was that the analytical part or the other part? She turned back toward the library. Walk faster, she said. I need to check a reference on the Horcrux theory. He walked faster, and the corner of his mouth was doing something he didn't fully suppress, and she didn't look at him but the ghost amusement was completely visible on her face for 3 full seconds before she composed it. The Malfoy situation resolved itself in the way that situations involving Lucius Malfoy tended to resolve, badly for everyone, but most badly for the person who hadn't anticipated all the angles. Cyrus Greengrass's intelligence network had been quietly building a case since October. Not a ministry case. The ministry's corruption was extensive enough that a formal filing would have been managed into irrelevance before it reached any desk that mattered. Something more specific. A private documentation of what Lucius Malfoy had given to whom, when, with what understanding of what he was giving. In January, Dumbledore requested a Board of Governors meeting. Harry had no official role in this. He was 12 years old and had no standing in ministry governance. He had, however, written a 2-page letter that Cyrus had presented as his own analysis, which had the advantage of being accurate and the advantage of Cyrus Greengrass being someone whose measured judgment the relevant board members trusted, and the further advantage of containing 3 specific facts that Lucius Malfoy had not known Harry knew. The board meeting went 4 hours. Lucius emerged from it having been formally censured, stripped of his chair on the board, and facing a ministry investigation that he immediately began maneuvering around with the efficiency of someone who had done this before. He did not go to Azkaban. Harry had not expected him to. The corruption that protected him was too thoroughly embedded for a single case to dislodge. But the social capital he'd spent on the diary operation was significant, and the credibility he'd lost in the specific circles where credibility was the actual currency was not recoverable in the short term. More importantly, he now knew that someone had anticipated him. Harry heard about the board meeting's outcome from Cyrus directly, via letter, and then heard about the specific moment when Lucius had left the meeting and encountered Dumbledore in the corridor and said something that Cyrus had been told secondhand but reported with careful precision, "Tell your pet that I remember who he is." To which Dumbledore had apparently said, with the mildness he reserved for things that weren't mild at all, "I don't believe Harry requires telling who he is." That seems to be quite clear to everyone involved. Harry read that exchange twice. He wrote to Cyrus, "Thank you. The next piece, when you're ready." Cyrus wrote back, "The ring. We think we know where it is." Draco Malfoy found Harry in the Slytherin common room the night of the board meeting's outcome, which had made its way through the school with the speed that dramatic family events always moved through interconnected social networks. The common room was quiet at that hour, late, most of the students upstairs, the greenlit water outside the windows doing its usual light dispersal against the stone ceiling. Draco sat down across from Harry with the specific posture of someone who had been standing at an internal decision point and has just stepped over it. "You did that," Draco said. "Not an accusation. A statement. Your father introduced a Horcrux into this school through an 11-year-old girl," Harry said. "He used Ginny Weasley as a delivery mechanism for a piece of Voldemort's soul. If that action had succeeded, she might have died. The school might have been closed. The chamber would have consumed several students before anyone understood what was happening." He held Draco's eyes. "What I did was make sure the right people had the right information. Your father made the choices that led to the outcome." Draco was quiet for a moment. His face had the complicated quality of someone whose loyalty to a parent and whose personal moral code are giving him information he hasn't decided how to reconcile. "He thought it was just an artifact," Draco said. "Something to destabilized Dumbledore's position. He didn't know it was, he stopped. Did he not know? Harry said. Or is it more comfortable to think he didn't? The silence between them had genuine weight. I don't know, Draco said, and it was the most honest thing Harry had heard him say in a year and a half. I know, Harry said. That's the hard part. He kept his voice without judgment. You don't have to stop loving your father. But you have to decide what you do with what he actually is. Those are separate questions and you can take time with them. Draco looked at him with eyes that were slightly less armored than usual. Why are you, he stopped, started again. You had every reason to what? Harry said. To use this to humiliate you. To end whatever this is between us. He made a small gesture that encompassed the last 18 months of corridor conversations and intelligence exchanges and the specific complicated geography of two people in the same house who were not friends in any simple sense and something more functional than that. That would be a waste. A waste, Draco repeated, with the tone of someone encountering a framing they hadn't expected. You're intelligent, Harry said. When you're not performing the role your father cast for you, you're genuinely intelligent and occasionally capable of honesty. That's worth more than the alternative. Draco sat with that for a long moment. Then, the investigation. My father, Willett, he's not going to Azkaban, Harry said. The protection around him is too embedded. The investigation is symbolic in the short term. What it does is reduce his capacity to operate freely, and it signals to other people in similar positions that there are costs. He paused. It also creates a record. Which matters later. Later, Draco said. When Voldemort comes back, Harry said. When people have to declare themselves. When there's a record of who did what and why and whether they knew. He held Draco's eyes. You're going to have to choose who you are when that happens. I'd like you to have made your choice before the pressure arrives rather than during it. Draco was very still for a long moment. I'm not, he started, and stopped, and tried again. I don't know yet. I know, Harry said. That's honest. Keep being honest about it. Draco stood. He was about to say something and decided against it, which was probably the right call. He walked toward the dormitory stairs. At the bottom of them he stopped. Without turning around, the Weasley girl. Is she all right? She will be, Harry said. Draco nodded once and went upstairs. Harry sat alone in the greenlit common room for a while after, listening to the water outside the windows, feeling the castle's magical architecture around him, the deep settled quiet of the chamber below, the basilisk sleeping, the cold current gone, the building returned to the baseline magic of 1,000 years of accumulated history. He thought about Draco, and Lucius, and the specific human tragedy of people who understood loyalty only as hierarchy, who had never been offered a different model. He thought about his cupboard. About warmth generated from the inside. Then he went to bed. February brought something Harry had not entirely anticipated, which was the attention. Not school attention, that had existed since September of first year, the specific weight of being Harry Potter in a room full of people who had thoughts about Harry Potter. He'd moved through that the way he moved through everything, by being precisely himself and letting the gap between that and the expectation do its own work. What arrived in February was different. External. Wider. The Prophet ran a story on February 14th, Valentine's Day, which seemed like either deliberate timing or the universe's specific sense of irony, that was ostensibly about the Chamber of Secrets being opened, the attacks on students, and the resolution. It should have been a story about Dumbledore and school safety. Somehow it was primarily a story about Harry Potter. Someone had talked. Not about everything, not about the chamber or the diary or the specific mechanism of resolution. But enough. The story contained details that were accurate in a way that rumor wasn't, about Harry's performance in first year and his unexpected sorting and his relationship with certain staff members, and it described him with the specific framing that the Prophet used when it was building a narrative around a person, sources suggest Harry Potter is significantly more than the quiet survivor the wizarding world has imagined. Harry read it twice over breakfast, at the Slytherin table, with Daphne beside him reading her own copy and making small annotations in the margin with the focused calm of someone performing an information triage. Skeeter, Daphne said. The writing style. Harry looked at the byline. Rita Skeeter. He filed the name. She's building something, Daphne said. She doesn't run one story. She runs campaigns. This is the first piece. Who talked to her? Harry said. Probably no single source, Daphne said. She constructs from fragments. Multiple people saying small things that each seem harmless, assembled into a shape that none of them individually intended. She turned a page. She knows about the Slytherin sorting. She knows about your performance in potions. She knows, this section here, she pointed, about the troll incident, which is interesting because the official account had 3 Gryffindors and a prefect. She knows Hermione was involved, Harry said. She knows someone outside Gryffindor was involved, Daphne said. She doesn't name you directly in the troll section. She's being careful. She wants a follow-up interview. She won't get one, Harry said. She'll try, Daphne said. And when she doesn't get it she'll construct one from fragments. She set the paper down. We need to decide what story we're willing to have told about us before she tells a worse one. Harry looked at the paper. Then at the great hall around them, the 4 tables, the morning light through the high windows, the specific social geography of Hogwarts at breakfast, students reading the same article with varying expressions of interest and surprise and calculation. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley was reading it with an expression that had moved through several phases and settled on something that was not comfortable but was honest. Hermione was reading it with the focused intensity of someone performing a critical analysis. Neville Longbottom was not reading the paper, he was eating his toast with the expression of someone who had made a decision about what information he needed this morning, and this wasn't it. We don't fight the narrative, Harry said. We don't release a counter-statement and we don't give interviews. We let people see what we actually are. He thought about it. The gap between what people expect and what they see when we're just being ourselves is wider than anything Skeeter can write. That assumes people are paying attention, Daphne said. They are, Harry said. They've been paying attention since September of first year. We've just been letting them look. Daphne considered this. Continue letting them look, she said. While doing what we're going to do anyway, Harry said. She nodded. She picked up her annotation and made one final mark and closed the paper and went back to her breakfast, and that was that. The story ran 2 follow-ups in March. Harry said nothing. Daphne said nothing. They went to classes and performed consistently and occasionally let specific things be visible, the wandless work in defense against the dark arts when the practical exercise warranted it, the cross-referenced theoretical analysis in Transfiguration that made McGonagall stop and ask a question she'd never asked a student in 30 years. Not performed. Not strategic in the theatrical sense. Just themselves, in full, without apology or concealment. The third prophet piece shifted in tone. Skeeter had wanted a narrative about a boy elevated beyond his station, a convenient symbol being managed by forces around him. What she kept finding, through the fragments she assembled, was something that didn't fit the frame. She tried 3 different framings across the 3 pieces and none of them landed cleanly because the subject refused to be any of them. The 4th piece was about someone else entirely. She moved on, Daphne said, reading it at breakfast in late March. A ministry scandal involving improper wand licensing. She'll be back, but she's decided the immediate profit isn't worth the work. Good, Harry said. For now, Daphne said. She'll come back when there's more to work with. There will always be more to work with, Harry said. We'll deal with it then. April brought exams and the specific productive misery of revision, which Harry moved through efficiently because the material was largely revision of things he'd already understood, and the main challenge was ensuring he demonstrated understanding at the appropriate level for the formal assessment rather than the level he actually operated at, which required its own calibration. He helped Neville with herbology, which was unnecessary given Neville's actual competence, but Neville's competence only appeared when someone treated it as a given rather than a surprise, and the sessions were genuine exchanges, Harry learning things about plant-based magical properties that weren't in the standard texts, Neville discovering that explaining things he knew deeply made him more confident about knowing them. He helped Ron with theory in 3 subjects and discovered that Ron's chess-level spatial intelligence applied directly to magical geometry and that the translation between the two only needed the right framing, after which Ron's performance in practical defense work jumped by approximately 40%. Hermione didn't need help. What she needed was occasionally someone to argue with who was capable of genuinely pushing back, and Harry provided that in the library on alternate Thursdays in sessions that were equally beneficial to both of them, and that Daphne occasionally joined with the specific energy of someone sharpening a blade against a good whetstone. "You're building something," Hermione said, one Thursday in April, in the direct way she had of naming things she'd been thinking about for a while. "What do you mean?" Harry said. "Ron. Neville. Me. Draco, at whatever level that operates. Your father's friend's information network. Dumbledore, more honestly than before." She had her notebook out but wasn't writing in it. "You're building something that looks like a school friend group from the outside but is actually, people I trust," Harry said. "People who are positioned correctly," Hermione said. "Across houses. Across social categories. Across information streams." She met his eyes. "That's not accidental." "No," Harry said. "It's not. Can I ask you something?" "Yes," Harry said. "The oath. You and Daphne." She said it with her usual directness, but carefully, in the way she was careful about things she'd thought about extensively before raising. "I've read about it. In the books you and she reference sometimes, I cross-referenced and found some of the source texts. The Eternum Dominus." She paused. "I want to understand what it actually means. Not the political implications. What it means to you." Harry was quiet for a moment. "It means she's the fixed point," he said. "The constant. It's not romantic, not at 12, not yet, maybe not in the way people expect things to be. He tried to find the right framing. It means that when I'm doing something very hard or very uncertain, there's always one thing that's absolutely clear. One direction that's always correct. The compass has a north and it's always there." Hermione absorbed this. "And for her?" "Ask her," Harry said. "She'll say it's useful," Hermione said. "She will," Harry said. "But watch her face when she says it." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she smiled, genuinely, the specific warm smile she kept for things she was actually pleased about rather than things she was meant to be pleased about. "Okay," she said, and picked up her quill, and went back to work. The end of year came with the specific acceleration that end of year always had: exams, the release of tension after exams, the social dynamics of people who are about to be separated for 3 months doing their final calibrations. Harry moved through it with the awareness of someone who understood that summer was not a pause but a continuation, that the work didn't stop when the term did, that everything he'd started this year needed maintenance and development through July and August. He had a list. He always had a list. On the last evening before the Hogwarts Express, he was on the astronomy tower. He went there because he'd discovered in October that the astronomy tower at night was the one place in the castle where the magical architecture was quieter than everywhere else, not less present, but more coherent, the way a river is louder in a narrow channel but actually carrying more water in a wide one. The view was extraordinary and the cold was manageable, and it was almost always empty after midnight. Daphne found him there at midnight. Not because the fixed star direction led her there, though it did, but because she'd clearly looked at the castle's patterns and applied her own version of the reasoning he'd used to locate it in the first place. She came up the stairs and saw him sitting on the parapet and said nothing about the drop below it, because she was not the kind of person who said unnecessary things, and sat beside him. The night was clear. The ground spread below them in the starlight, the lake a dark mirror, the forest a mass of darkness, the Quidditch pitch pale and geometric, the greenhouses catching light at their edges. The castle itself was massive around and below them, its towers catching the sky, and the air was cold and clean and smelled of late spring and stone. Last night, Daphne said. For this year, Harry said. For second year, she said. Which was, she paused, looking for the right word with the precision she brought to language. Eventful. Understatement, Harry said. That was intentional, she said. Again. He looked at her sideways. She was looking at the grounds, her hair loose, the cold making her breath visible, her hands folded in her lap. She had the quality of perfect composure that was habitual, but Harry had spent 2 years learning to read the things that lived underneath it, the dry amusement that surfaced in the right moments, the committed quality of her attention when something genuinely engaged her, the steadiness that was not the steadiness of someone who didn't feel things but the steadiness of someone who felt them very completely and had learned to stand in them without being destabilized. The prophecy, Daphne said. Yes. You've had 3 months with it. Yes. And? She turned to look at him. It clarifies things, Harry said. That's what I keep coming back to. I expected it to feel like a sentence and it feels like a map. Not a comfortable map. But a map is better than no map. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Neither can live while the other survives, she said, and her voice was careful in the way it was when she was working through the implications of something. I've read the prophetic grammar texts. You're right about the structural interpretation. I know I'm right, Harry said. Arrogant, she said, and it wasn't a criticism. Accurate, he said, and it wasn't defensiveness. She looked back at the grounds. When he comes back, and he will come back, the question is when and how. It's not going to be quiet, she said. The First War was, the records I've read, the history my father describes. It was terrible in a specific way. Not a war in the conventional sense. A campaign of targeted terror against a society that wasn't organized to resist it, that kept hoping it would stop, that kept treating individual atrocities as isolated incidents rather than a coordinated strategy. We won't make those mistakes, Harry said. We're 12, Daphne said. We'll be older, Harry said. We have time. That's the thing I keep coming back to. He's diminished. The Horcruxes are going to take years to find and destroy. We have time to build what needs to be built before it comes to the final confrontation. He looked at the sky. The people we need around us. The information networks. The political understanding. The magic. He paused. All of it. We have time if we use it correctly. What does built look like? Daphne said. Specifically. Ron, Hermione, Neville, that's the core of something. Your father's network. Draco, potentially, if he makes the right choices. The Slytherin students we've been quietly repositioning this year, the ones who aren't committed to blood purity as ideology, who are there because they're ambitious and clever and want good things for themselves and don't have a better model for how to get them. He thought about the common room over the course of the year, the slow shift in the social gravity of the space, the specific students who'd aligned toward Harry's version of things not through pressure but through being offered an alternative that was more genuinely appealing than the one they'd had. The house is different than it was in September. Not completely. But differently. I noticed, Daphne said. Gemma Fabian asked me in March what you were actually doing. I told her she should ask you. Did she? She's been watching instead, Daphne said. Gathering data. She graduates this year. She's going to the ministry, improper use of magic office, but that's a starting position. She wants to know if you're worth being in contact with after she leaves. Is she? Harry said. Yes, Daphne said, with the precision of someone who had already made this assessment. She's exactly the kind of person who's useful in a ministry position if they're oriented correctly. She's too intelligent for the role she's accepted and she knows it, and she's been looking for something with a longer view. I'll talk to her before she leaves, Harry said. I told her you would, Daphne said. She seemed unsurprised. Harry looked at her. Did you also tell her I'd say yes? I told her the decision was yours, Daphne said. But that you had consistent principles when it came to capable people who were looking for a better framework. Which is your way of saying you told her yes, Harry said. Which is my way of saying I told her to make her own assessment, Daphne said. And that my assessment happened to be optimistic. Harry looked back at the sky. The stars were extraordinary from up here. The castle sat far enough from any city that light pollution wasn't a factor, and the spring air was clear enough that the whole of the summer constellations were visible, the ones he'd memorized at 9 from an astronomy book Daphne had sent in the third parcel. I want to do something, Harry said. What? He had been thinking about this for 3 weeks, since April, since the conversation with Hermione about what he was building and the conversation with Dumbledore about the Horcruxes and the prophecy and the specific quality of what it meant to be the person who was going to end this. He had been thinking about it in the way he thought about most important things, quietly, from multiple angles, letting it resolve from the inside. The oath, Harry said. The Eternum Dominus. It activated when we were 8 because the magic recognized us. But there's a second component. In the source texts, the 1203 practitioner's manuscript. There's a formal invocation. The recognition is automatic, but the formal binding, the one that names the relationship specifically, that's a choice. It requires both parties. It can't happen without full understanding and full consent. He held Daphne's eyes. I want to do the formal invocation. Daphne was very still. Not the contained stillness that was habitual, something different, the quality of someone who has just heard a thing they have been expecting to hear without knowing they were expecting it, and is finding that the actuality and the expectation are not the same experience. Why now, she said. Because everything from here accelerates, Harry said. Because the next few years are going to be harder and faster and more dangerous than the last 2. Because I want something that's chosen, not just something that happened. He paused. And because I have been aware of exactly where you are for 4 years, and I've thought about that every day, and I know what it is, and I don't want to continue operating with the formal acknowledgement undone. The silence on the astronomy tower had the quality of the night itself, clear and very high and full of things that had been here before them and would be here after. The formal invocation requires both of us to name the relationship in the old language, Daphne said. What we are to each other. Not what the magic assigned. What we choose to be. Yes, Harry said. At 12, she said. At 12, he said. The invocation doesn't determine the future. It names the present honestly. What it means at 12 is different from what it means at 20. The magic understands that. The 1203 text is explicit, the formal binding grows with the people in it. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. The starlight was very even on her face, and her grey eyes were the color of the sky at the horizon, where night and distance made the same shade. I've thought about this, she said. I know, he said. I've thought about it since I was 9, she said. Since the library garden. Since you said the magic gave us something but what it meant was ours to decide. She was quiet for a moment. I decided a long time ago. I was waiting to be asked properly. Harry held her gaze. Daphne Greengrass, he said, and the ancient magic in the scar was warm and very fully awake, the way it was when something fundamental was about to be named correctly. Will you stand as my keeper? Not because the magic chose you. Because you choose it. The night was very quiet. Below them the lake reflected the stars with the stillness of deep water. Harry Potter, Daphne said, and her voice was steady in the way of someone who has been steady about this for a long time, I will stand as your keeper. Not because the magic chose me. Her eyes were direct and calm and full of something committed and entirely voluntary. Because I choose it. The formal invocation in the old language was 3 lines each. The 1203 text had preserved them, and Harry had memorized them in February when the idea had begun to take shape, and Daphne recited hers with the precision of someone who had clearly known them for considerably longer than February. The words were old, genuinely old, the language that predated modern wizarding English, the language that the ancient magic recognized as its own. They said them alternately, the way the text prescribed, and when the last line was complete the warmth from Harry's scar moved outward and the fixed star awareness of Daphne's direction became something more, not different in kind but deeper, clearer, the way a photograph becomes a window. The magic settled. Not with drama. Not with light or sound or the theatrical apparatus of formal ceremony. With the quiet certainty of something that has been true since a bookshop in Diagon Alley and has simply been given its right name. They sat on the astronomy tower in the clear spring night, 12 years old, the castle below them ancient and full of everything that had happened and everything that was coming, and for a while neither of them said anything because nothing needed to be said. Then Daphne said, "The ring Horcrux. My father's network found a location." "Gaunt family home," Harry said. "Little Hangleton." "That's consistent with what he found," Daphne said. "Dumbledore and I are discussing a joint approach," Harry said. "Not yet, next summer, when I have more of the magical architecture understood. The protection on it is likely to be complex." "The locket," Daphne said. "Possibly Borgin and Burke's," Harry said. "Possibly already moved. Creature might know, the Black family elf." "If the locket passed through the Black family, Sirius Black," Daphne said. "Who is supposedly in Azkaban." "Supposedly," Harry said. Daphne looked at him. "There are inconsistencies in the published account of his trial," Harry said. "I've been reading the ministry records. Hermione helped with the archive access. He was convicted without a trial. He held her eyes. Without a trial. For 12 murders and alleged Death Eater activity and the betrayal of my parents. No trial. Daphne stopped. "That's illegal," she said, with the quiet force of someone who understands the law and what it means when it's violated. "Yes," Harry said. "It is." "That's a problem for next year," Daphne said. "That's a problem for next year," Harry agreed. They sat with the list of coming things, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake that didn't exist yet, Sirius Black, the prophecy's resolution, the ministry's corruption, the slow accumulation of what was needed before the terminal confrontation that the prophetic grammar had made clear was his to win. They sat with all of it and it was large and it was real and it was years away in its fullness, but the shape of it was clear. Harry thought about a cupboard in Little Whinging, and a salt shaker that had moved 2 inches on a kitchen table, and a letter from a girl he'd met in a bookshop that said, "You should probably learn more about what you are before other people tell you." He had learned. He was learning. He would keep learning. "We should sleep," Daphne said. "The train is at 11. "Yes," Harry said, without moving. "Harry," she said. "One more minute," he said. She didn't argue. She stayed. The castle below them was old and lit and full of the history of everyone who had ever learned something in its rooms, and the grounds were quiet, and the lake held the stars, and somewhere in the foundations a basilisk slept in a chamber that was older than the school itself, dreaming in the language of serpents, and the cold current was gone, replaced by something warmer and more deliberate, the specific quality of a power that had found its right owner and was at rest. Harry Potter sat on the astronomy tower of Hogwarts and looked at the sky and felt the shape of everything that was his to do, and it was large and serious and it would cost things he didn't yet know to name, and he was not afraid of any of it. "Okay," he said. "Let's go." They went down the stairs together, through the sleeping castle, through the corridors where torchlight moved against ancient stone, past the portraits that slept in their frames and the suits of armor that stood their patient vigil and the doors that led to rooms full of things that were taught and learned and argued about and built by everyone who had ever come to this place to become more than they'd arrived as. The castle was quiet around them, and their footsteps made the only sound, and the night held on, and in the morning they would go home for summer and come back in September, and the work would continue, as it had continued, as it would continue, all the way to wherever it was going. And wherever that was, Harry thought, walking through the dark and quiet castle with the fixed star of Daphne's direction steady beside him instead of in the distance, they would get there together.